Gotta test the mic. Gotta test the mic. See what's going on. All right. All right. Yeah. 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 Okay. Trying to make sure my mic is good. All right. All right. Just waiting for people to get in here. All right. All right.
Hey,
Hey. Hey. Hey.
how you been?
I've been great. Been great. Hold on. Let me see what this is. Hey. Hey.
It's me. Yep, I've been doing good. I'm hanging in there. I've been working my tail off, still looking for a job. At least you got one.
Man. Uh.
I,
Uh.
you're so
Uh.
blessed. I want one.
Hey. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see how long I'm gonna hold it for real. This corporate America ain't no joke. You know.
I know it ain't.
You
I know.
get people and their feelings and their emotions and whatever they might got going on with them before they left the house. And they bring that to work, you know.
I
Yeah,
know.
yeah. And I'm not too privy of being talked to any old kind of way. So
And you shouldn't anyway. They
yeah,
shouldn't do that. It's about respect.
yeah. So we gonna see. We
Look,
gonna see.
hang in there as long as you can. Because
Oh,
I'm still looking for one, but do demand your respect.
for sure, for sure.
Absolutely, because I ain't letting nobody disrespect me, and you shouldn't either.
I think one of my problems is I'm older and wiser than I may look. So people might look at me and be like, "Oh, he in his 20s or late 20s or whatever," like, and don't know where I come from or my background or none of that. Like,
And it ain't none of their business either, but they
yeah,
still need to respect you.
yeah, like
Mhm.
like when people get the, I don't know, it's 5 years out of corporate America and somebody asks you, "Are you on break?" And I be wanting to tell them like,
Are
uh,
you?
uh, check the time clock. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're supposed to be supervisor or manager, like, you know what I mean? You should know when somebody on break. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm. Ooh, yeah, bruh, I'm with you. I'm with you.
That
Mm.
that part. Oh,
I
I
can
just cut this
imagine.
heater on in here. I'm waiting for the heat to heat up. I almost feel like I want to cut my heat press on too. So it just be, I get heat
Just
from
get
both
some
sides.
heat.
Yeah. Think I'm gonna
Is
do
it
that.
cold up there?
Oh man, yes it is.
It was cold down here at night, but over here in Maryland, but today it's in the 60s.
Oh man, lucky y'all.
Yeah, it's in the 60s. It's like 62, 63. I think it might be warm. Let me see. It might be warmer than that. Um, no, it's 61
How this
and sunny. Yep.
look how this one turned out.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's pretty. I
I
like
was
that.
really looking for some all black stones, but I ran out of black stones. So these are like a dark silver almost
Yeah.
sitting on top of that black. Like, you know what I mean? It gives it the effect that I wanted to. I need to finish it, and then where you see like the white at, it's white stones in there too. So for his rings, it's gonna be stones, and for his watch, it's gonna be stones.
Stones. I was just getting ready to say, what about his necklace?
His necklace too. Yeah,
Yeah. That's those stones are called hematites. Hematite.
hematite. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I really wanted the jet black stones, but this guy is in my inbox. He's like, "Are they done yet? Are they done yet?" And I'm like, yeah, I wanted to order you some jet black stones, but I guess I'm gonna use these since you ready for it right now."
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so we're gonna have some fun today.
All right.
I counted 38 people, right?
Okay.
We'll see if 38 people join in. But of course, I sent the email to all 38 of y'all. So
I got it.
okay, I know that's right.
I
I know
got it.
I know there will probably be a ton of people that will be like, "Oh, Ray, I'm sorry I missed the meeting. Is it recorded? Yes, it is, but you missed it." Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, it's it's free, so you got to get here. If you're not here, you would not get the recording.
Oh well.
Oh well, oh well.
I'm here.
I'm glad you're here, sweetheart.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta get with you anyway outside of this class because I gotta finish up. Um, well, we gotta go on to the next project.
Okay.
Remember, I had left off with the behavior modification.
Yes.
And now after I finished that, I finished that one actually. Turned out nice.
Oh
You
yeah.
want to see it real quick before
Yes.
we
Yes.
start? Let me get it real quick.
Hey, Brenda. Thanks for
Hey
joining
there.
today.
There it is.
Yes.
Oh yes, it did come out great.
It came out nice.
Yes, it did.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
How?
you had them spaced out on the template like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
On our next one, to make it a little better, we're gonna make it tighter.
You mean
Oh
closer?
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Cause you cut off two separate colors.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and then you put them together.
Uh-huh.
All right, yeah.
Yep. And I got the cutter working again. It needed a new driver. I called the company and they had to install a new driver. They did it some kind of way. I don't ask me.
Because you got the expert.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hmm
that's crazy.
Yeah. So it was an update and a new driver. So they installed it and then my what is that? My Cameo 5 broke and they actually replaced it
Okay,
free
okay.
because a lot of people are having the same issue with it. So they did replace it free.
Hold on, let me see here. I'm just want to be nosy. I didn't even, I wasn't even familiar with a Cameo 5. I just remember the 4.
hmm Brenda, what do you have?
I have the Graph Tech.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, the smaller one. I think it's 60.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or the
I've seen it.
7,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir Dana, what's the difference in the 5?
I don't know really. Because I never had I had a Cricut before I had the five the
Hey, what's
the
going on, Tay? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm just great, just great.
Good deal. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
We still got a few minutes. I'm gonna at least wait till about 3:05, 3:10. Let there more people get in here.
Okay.
hmm
But yeah, so I'm 3 weeks in to the new job. I can't really say I like it yet because I'm still in training, you know. Uh, and it seems like everybody is still in training, meaning if I'm in training, my supervisor's in training, his supervisor's in training. So it's like it seems like they have resurfaced a lot of different stores around the city and they starting off with new reps, I guess, because it's hectic. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Are you doing something you think that you'll enjoy though? Like once you get out of training, get comfortable and all that good stuff?
For the most part, yes, because I'm a tech head and now I'm actually working for a tech company that services Wi-Fi, internet, phone, and mobile.
Oh, okay, cool.
But it's just dealing with the people. For the three
Yeah.
weeks that I've been there, um, people, I guess, from the last time I was actually out in the workforce working with people and dealing with people, a lot of people seem a lot more angry now. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Like
Mm.
angry and they want whatever customer service rep it is, whether you at Target, whether you at Best Buy or whatever, they just feel like they can just be mean to you and nasty to you, like and say what they want to say to you. Like, you know what I mean? And
Mm.
and I'm gonna have to get over that. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm in a
Yeah.
humbling moment. Like, you know what I mean? So I just gotta take it with a grain of salt, like, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
notice that it ain't me, it's them or whatever they may be going through that day. Once I get over that part, like, you know what I mean, I think I'll be all right.
Yeah. Yeah. That's hard though.
Yeah.
You don't want
Hey,
to take it personal, but then at the same time, like I'm dealing with you, I'm taking it personal. So I get it.
right. What's your last name, Tay?
Pearson, Pierson.
Hey, what's going on, Dee Dee? Thank you for joining us. Ashley, Paul. Hey, Miss Tanya.
Hey,
Right.
Tanya.
Hey, Didi. Hey, guys.
Just writing everybody's names down.
I can't come on camera because I'm still half asleep.
Okay. Okay.
I get it.
Girl, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
You
Are
was up
y'all
all night
excited
on that
today for
computer.
today's class?
I didn't think I would be able to make it, but my son's car check engine light came on yesterday, so we had to take it to the mechanic, and so he's using mine today. So normally I wouldn't have been able to do this because I usually run errands with my mom on Saturdays. So we're usually out and about, but since I'm home, I figured, you know what, let me not miss this.
Sure, for sure. Everyone, if you would like to, it just recently dawned on me that you can hit the record button
Perfect.
and get the recording so you can have the recording on your own computer.
Really?
Yes. Someone just did it. Not quite sure how they did it. Who was it that did it?
Me, because as soon as you said
Yeah,
something, I
yeah,
said, "Well, let me see if that actually works." And it
yeah.
says request. No, but then it says, "Okay, wait a minute. Request to record to this computer or request host to start cloud recording." Oh, ain't that some let me
Yeah.
see.
I
Send,
always record to the computer. That way, for me personally, it's easier for me to just upload it directly to YouTube.
but then it says send a request to the meeting host, ask Ray Jones to allow you to record to your computer. So then it sends you, it's obviously going to send you a request.
Yeah, I've already approved everyone's request.
Hmm.
Hey, what's going on, Londa? Thanks for joining us.
I know I said I wasn't. Oh, how did my camera come on? Okay, yeah.
Okay, okay. So I'm sure a lot of people, I'm not sure what level you are, you even played around with the software or dabbled with it, you know. But I'm gonna run you through the basics. Feel free to ask questions about anything that you would like to know. I'm gonna try to keep it to about under 2 hours. It might go three, who knows, you know. I like to have fun when I'm on here. Put my light on. All right, all right. Go ahead and share my screen. Oh, we still got time. It's only 3:04. Time seems like it's It's moving fast, but it's moving slow. Let's give it about 6 more minutes. I'm sure other people are trying to get on. If it's their first time trying to get on, and I know people have complications at times, we'll give them some time. In the meanwhile, I will share my screen. Let's see here. Show y'all what I've been working on here. So this right here, I just printed this out just now. 13 on 13 by 19-inch sub paper. How long will they more me? It's going on the back of this Tupac shirt that I'm doing for this guy.
No, that's gonna be dope.
And he didn't want to pay too much, so I only put stones in the cross. I typically would have stoned up the words as well, but hey, you get what you pay for.
Mm-hmm.
So that's this design right there. I always like to move it. When I print, I always start a whole fresh new document, and I just print from there, and then I close down the untitled document because I have it right here already.
Ray, do you have your cell phone on as well? Because there was an echo a minute ago.
No, that had to been someone else.
Okay.
Someone
Someone's
had
got
to
their
join.
speaker on and
Yeah.
they're you might want to mute everybody then.
Okay, let me see here. All right, all right. Y'all can still hear me? Okay, okay. Cool, cool. All right, so let me go ahead and move these back over. So there's a feature in here that I just figured out a few months ago. It's on the edit tab, and it's called the nudge feature, nudge object in the edit tab. I got my nudge set on 15. Sometimes I play around with it, depends on how big the design is, to where the nudge works just like this. It nudges it right over like 15 inches. So that way, if you're working on something over here, you can grab all of these stones here by selecting one stone and then coming over here to the design wizard and selecting this box right here, which is select same size and color. So all of these purple stones that you see are all the same size and color. So if we hit this button right here, it's going to select them all, and I was able to nudge them over. That way, I can grab the whole thing, copy it, and print out just the image without the rhinestone. When I first started doing sublimation and rhinestones, y'all, I would print out the image with all of the circles in it. Yeah, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. Let me nudge these back in here. I'm gonna close this down. We'll go over the nudge feature more later. I just wanted to show y'all what I was working on and close this stuff down. Start on something new. Oh, there it is. I about to say, I know I closed it. Let me close down the untitled. I don't want to save changes to that because I only wanted to print that out. There's the front of it. I was showing Terdana earlier This is how it looks now. Got the hematite stones in it, so as you turn it, you get the different, see the different dimensions of the whole design. But once I finish the bottom, it'll look better. And put the clear stones in there. It looks a lot better in person, y'all. When I'm holding it up to the camera, the light shines off it so much that it's just extra radiant. What's going on, Darius? Thanks for joining us. All right, jump back in here. All right, shut that down. So when I first got started, when I very, very first got started and said I wanted to do Rhinestone Designs, I didn't know where to start. I didn't know nothing. I didn't know how to do anything. But as I started reading, started learning, the most easiest designs to start out with are line art vector graphics, such as the one you see here. Black and white image. Come on, open up. A black and white image as such. Because once you vectorize this image and inside Coreldraw, it's going to break the black up into pieces, and it's going to break the white up into pieces. Let me show y'all. We're going to just drag this little fella in here. I got to start a new object, a new project here. There's a screen that pops up that lets you set it up, the page dimensions and things of that nature. But I already have mine auto set. I got mine set for 13 by 19 inches. So when you first hit the new document, screen will pop up to say, hey, what would you like to create? And you just go in there and fill it in. I typically use inches, of course, 13 by 19 inches. And I use, well, you might not want to use 13. Your printer might be 8.5 by 11. So you'll want to, let's see here. Can I go? Yeah, I already got it set up. If I start a new template again, it's just going to recreate and do this again and make me another untitled 2 with 13 by 19. So you guys will see that page when y'all go through it, but I already set mine up and I don't know how to set it up again. If that makes sense, because it's already pre-set up. I'll figure it out, but not right now. I don't want to waste too much time. Okay, so all of this up here, I'm gonna close the design wizard down for now. So we're inside Coreldraw with nothing selected. Everything that you see up here is just page layout. If you go through it step by step and you hover over the icons, it will tell you what each one is. So right here, that's to open an existing document. Right here, search content. I never do that because I just go straight to Google and search. You can import a file right here. We've got an import button, but it also has another import here. So you'll find multiple ways to import into the software. The more and more you play with it, you'll be like, oh, there go that button right there again. Oh, it's over here too. Like, and you'll start just recognizing how easy the software is to use once you hover over the button and be like, oh, okay, that's it. Okay. So no need to really worry about any of this up here. This is all page setup. You may want to turn on your snap tool. I have my snap tool, snap to guidelines and object. I haven't really tried any of the other ones, but guidelines and objects is what works. I don't snap it to the page because then it might be trying to snap it to the corners of this page, and you don't want to do that. You want to snap it to your guidelines and your objects. What are guidelines, you ask? Right here, we got this ruler. We can drag this ruler down and create a guideline. We can drag this ruler from this side and create another guideline. With those guidelines and with your snap tool turned on to guidelines and objects, we can grab an object here along the side. So we'll grab the rectangle tool and watch this. It snaps right there to the intersection of those. So you can start your rectangle tool from right there. Let's say we colored in that rectangle tool. I'm gonna use yellow. As you can see, every object that you create will have this outline on it. That confused me when I first got started, because once you get into making your own outlines and contours, you don't want to see that black line. It's going to confuse you. So what we can do is let's open up our design wizard. And we're going to right click on this X right here. Left click, well, right click on the X to get rid of the outline. As you can see, the outline is gone. I got into a habit of doing that with every new object I created. If I forgot, then I'll easily be reminded when I get close to the end and I'm going to either print it out or cut it out, and I'm looking at my design and I'll be like, what's that? Why did I got that outline on it like that? That's not supposed to be there. I'll just click on it, right click on the X and get rid of that outline. It's more so a visual outline. And let me put it back on. When you have that outline on, okay, check this out. So with nothing selected, it is just the settings for your workspace. As you can see here, we can flip it to horizontal or landscape or portrait. I like to work in portrait. Right here, that's all pages. Apply the page size to all pages in the document. Down here, you see we have page 1. We can create multiple pages by hitting this plus here. And of course, it started a new, what's that? Y'all see this little red line right here? Oh, that's Dee Dee. Dee Dee Joe, what are you doing?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Ray, since you're taking just a quick break for a second, can I ask you,
Yeah.
how did you open up the before you opened up the wizard and your screen just had the guidelines and stuff on it, and then you did something and then that opened. What did you click to get that to open?
Let's go back. What were you referring to again?
So before you opened up the where's the TRW, the design wizard,
Yes.
you just had the guidelines and your design mat on the screen. What did you click in order that made that panel open up?
This panel here,
Yes.
right here, there's a TRW actual icon here. And if you don't have that icon there, then we had to go through the macros in order to actually get that to be there. There's a TRW wizard. I mean, there's a TRW tutorial that shows you how to actually install this icon into Coreldraw.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If you don't have it, I'll find it and send it to you.
Do you have any idea how I undo what I just did?
Let me see here.
Okay. Did you click do you see a button that says annotate on your because that's what I just did. I just made that line right there, and somehow there's a button that with a pencil tool or whatever says annotate, and when you click on it, it allows you to be able to draw. See?
Yeah. We should be able to hit the eraser and erase it as such.
That's color. Well, you could also do undo.
Undo all.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just erased it. Boom. There we go. I haven't had this many people on at once, y'all, so I'm still learning the extras. Right. Jump back in here. Okay. Oh, still. Okay, I see it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Still, because that's gonna confuse me. Oh, still dots on the screen. That's crazy. Y'all see the red dots? Oh, maybe that's just me. Okay. Oh, they're all over the place.
I'm not
Okay.
touching anything else.
Okay.
I see them too.
Apologies.
Yeah.
I see them.
Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Hold on. Annotate, minimize the screen, and then there we go. I was like, hold on, how do I get all of that stuff off of there?
I guess nobody click anything.
All right, that looks better. Okay, now it's all of that stuff on this side. Let me get it. All right, there we go. Boom. All right, cool. Hey, that was crazy. Minimize. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I hit this over here. I opened up the design wizard, and then I grabbed my rectangle tool. And as you can see, if I zoom in to the crosshair, it's going to snap onto those lines. It's going to snap here, or snap right there in between those two. So the guidelines are great when you want to, they come in handy, especially when you're doing text. You want all the text to be the same. You might, let me just show you. Here's the text tool. So I like to teach this way because when I first got started teaching, I would go through all of these tools one by one. And in order for you to learn, I've realized that I'll show you the ones that you need. The other ones, you got to go in there and play around with them and see what they do, you know? And then you'll start losing that fear of, oh my God, I'm going to mess something up. You know, you'll start having the confidence of saying, I done went through there and went through all of these tools one by one and played around with them, and you'll become more comfortable. Like we have the Eclipse tool, which makes circles or ovals. We got the rectangle tool, which makes rectangles. Or if you hold control, it makes a perfect square. We have our polygon tool. Inside of the polygon tool, we got the star as well. We got the complex star. There's tons of tools in here, as you can see. With this drop, when we open the drop down box, we have all of these in here, right? We go to basic shapes here. We click on that one. Right up here, your basic shapes pop up. They're actually right here. So we got even more shapes. We got the heart in there. And if we change it to arrow shapes, now we got the arrow shapes in there. So it's a lot. Flowchart shapes. I ain't never used that. Banner shapes. Got built-in banners right in here, like so.
Ooh.
All right. So I'm gonna go to the pick tool, which is the very, very first tool. With the pick tool, you can do 3 things. You can click on it. It shows you that's the one that you have selected. I'm going to press delete and delete that. Or you can select it by put it inside of this square. Once you put it inside of this square, it will select what's only inside of the square. As you can notice, half of the circle is inside of my selection square. When I let go, it only selects the polygon because you have to have the entire object inside of the square in order for it to be selected. And as you can see, there's 9, I like to say 9 dots, 9 nodes around the object. When you select it, we select these 2. Now the 9 nodes are around those 2 that are selected. We select these 3. Now you see the nodes are around all of those objects. And this object, this square, ends right here. And the polygon ends right here. So as you can see, when I select all 3 of them, that's why the nodes are here, all the way down here, up here, because it's getting all of those objects inside of my selection. All right. We can also hover over the pick tool and go to our freehand pick. This is a little more complicated, but there's times where you will use this over the other one and just circle around the object that you want and it will pick it. So like right here, I can just circle around just this arrow and get only that arrow. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to color these. Make them different colors. And I know everyone that has taken training with me before knows what I'm about to do right now. But I got to do it like this in order for people to understand the software just a little better. All right. So I'm about to, oh, look how I did that. I don't like that. We ain't going to use that star. Go back to my pick tool. Boom. We're going to use this star. So right now, I just grab the star, I drag it, and I can stamp it with the space bar. I want this one to be that color, this one to be green, this one to be, what color is that? Aqua, wait a minute, what is it? Tanzanite, right? I'm gonna make a couple of more of these circles. Boom. And boom, let's change this circle to red. Right here in the Design Wizard Pro, you got so many tools in here. Once you familiarize yourself with them, it's going to be like, okay, boom, boom. I know where this tool at, where this tool is at. Right here on this bottom row, got a lot of main tools that you're going to use, such as to clear the paths, replace spacing, replace stones to make the spacing equal. Then we got our add 1 stone, minus 1 stone. Right here, we got our hands view, which we are on now. The one next to it is our wireframe view. So if we click that, that's our wireframe view. We can go back to enhanced view here. They are also both located right here. So we got our wireframe here, and then back to enhanced. Right here, I just really started using these buttons here, but because I was so used to using shortcuts. So you got the group everything selected, you got your ungroup everything selected, and you got ungroup everything selected and all the groups inside of those groups. All right. So down here we have the mark top overlapping stones red. The next one is mark bottom overlapping stones red. We'll get into that. That becomes helpful when you think you may have stones overlapping each other. Merge overlapping stones. So after you use one of these tools, you can merge the overlapping stones. Selection to the front. You click on this red and then hit the B. That's a selection to the back. You push this yellow one to the back as well. B. Select paths for blends and brushes. Never use that button. This right here is the only drop one stone. So if you click on that, you can drop one stone. Boom. You want to deselect it when you use it though, because you'll continue to keep dropping stones if that's still selected. All right. You can change. Let's revert up here now. What was this last one? Select all stones surrounded by the selected object or curve. Never use that button. I may in the future, but I've never used that button. See the design info with stone count, size, and colors. This little tiny little button right here under the T. That is going to let you do your stone count after your design is done so that you can write down how many stones are in your design. This T, convert back to fonts. I've never used that button. I think I've tried it a couple times and it probably didn't work as the way I intended it, or way I thought it should. So I just haven't played around with that button. I play with my fonts and play with my fonts, and then when I weld them, they are welded, and then I'm gone from there.
I'm done.
So I've never convert back to text. I'll try that more in the future, but the few times I've tried it, it was like, okay, that didn't do nothing for me. Up here, so down here and up here will never change. These two sections will always stay the same because you're going to use those constantly. On the left here, we got our, I've never really used this little section right here where it says 6, 16, 10, and then left click, right click, left click size, right click color. I've never played around with these. I always just go here and I change my stone size here. So if you want to use SS6 stones or SS10, as you can see, I got different size dimensions in there. If you would like, I will send you the chart where I redid the chart, and it works for me. You know, when I'm using SS6 stones, instead of using this one right here, which is the default, I use mine, which is a little bit bigger. The circles are a little bit bigger, and they allow for the stones to brush in easier, especially when dealing with SS6s. Got the traditional SS8, traditional SS10, and then I have three versions of SS10. The original, mine, that's just a little bit bigger. As you can see, 133. And then we have the 138, which I made for Rhinestuds or AB stones that have that coating on them. They seem like they're just a little thicker. And when I cut out templates using SS10, all of them don't brush in, and that irritates me. So I made this size right here. All right. Next to that, so right here, this little pen, that's how you can go in there and change your stone sizes. If you like to, you can follow along with the video and change it when you watch it again, or I'll just send you this. I took a screenshot of this here. Close down out of that. Of course, you got all of your colors here. These are your stone colors. They're also located right here as well to show the actual stone. Ah, wow. Look at that. Well, look at that. Well, that's the first for me, y'all. You can add colors. You can add colors in here. If you know the red, green, and blue value, you can go ahead and add those colors in there. Crazy. I just now realized that little pen tool right there to let you add the colors. Right here we have resize your rhinestone design with one click. I've never used that button, but I use this button all the time. Replace all stones selected with the size chosen. We'll get into that here later. Left click to set stone sizes. Nope, I've never used this button. Never use that button, but I use these three a lot. The left one is select the same size. So I got all of these on the screen to show that if we click on this green circle here and we hit the first one, select same size. If we left click it, it's going to select all the same objects that are the same size. I'm going to go to my edit tab quick and I'm going to just nudge those over so we can see that we have all of the circles that are the same size. I'm gonna nudge them back. Boom, boom. Let's click on this yellow. Let's hit the second button. The second button is same color. So when we click on that, and let me nudge that out, it's going to select everything that has the same color, regardless of the size. So as you can see, it selected that oval too because it's yellow. Let's click on this yellow again. And the last one is same size and color. So now it's only going to get those yellow circles because they're the same size and color. You're going to use these three buttons religiously in every design you do. Get used to them. They'll save you a lot of time when you want to grab things that are the same. All right. So that goes for, of course, the green, same color. Boom. Grab everything that's green. Click on this, same color. Pull that out. So now you can start separating stuff real easy, especially if you got your nudge set up, because I love setting the nudge up. Before, I just used to grab it and move it off to the side, and then I would try to have to move it back in place, and that became difficult. The nudge puts it off to the side for a second. You can work on something over here, click it, and nudge it right back where it was at. All right. Okay, I think I went in depth over the selection tool and these three selection tools up here. So now let's jump into something fun. Okay, as we go along, as these tools come into play, I will use them. But as I stated before, play around with them, and you'll see what they do. But some of them won't work unless you using it on something else. Like these tools right here, the smooth. There's nothing to smooth. You're not smoothing out anything, so that tool just won't work right now. The whole shape, there's nothing on the screen to shape, so that tool wouldn't work right now. So as we're going along, you'll see how they come into play. All right, let's open up the first image. I'm gonna just use this guy right here because he's easy, he's simple. All right, here we have him right here. As you can see, when we zoom into him, he's still pixelated. He's still a JPEG image, or he could be a PNG image. He's just the image right now. If we right click on this fella, outline, trace, and clip art. As I've stated in all my trainings, clip art is the most used, but that doesn't mean that all the rest of these won't work as well. I use clip art religiously, but at times clip art doesn't give me what I want to, so I went in there playing around with the other ones. And as you can see, the options we get, you get the options for a low quality image, a high quality image, a detailed logo, or line art. So play around with those when you get the chance. Right now, we're going to use clip art. On this screen right here, I clicked on delete original image and remove background. So as you can see, the background is removed and it deleted this original image. So let's hit OK. And there we have it. You cannot tell the background is removed. I'm going to just make me a square. We're going to turn it pink. We're going to right click on this X to get rid of that funky outline. And we're going to push B down here, send it to the back. So there we have it. All right, I'm going to Control S, save my work. Because if y'all know anything about computer software and processing, it might clunk out on you and you don't have everything saved. So let's say 11:16 Corel training. All right. So we have our object. We vectorize it. As you can see, once we zoom in, we don't see the pixelated image no more. We just see lines and objects and shapes. However, when we click on it, it's still together. As you can see here, when we move it around, it's all still together. What we want to do is we want to right click on it, ungroup all objects. Boom. I like to deselect. I like to take a break. I like to take a brain break and say, okay, I just ungrouped all of these objects. What do I want to do next? I'm going to highlight everything with just the Indian. I'm going to, using the nodes here on the corner, I'm going to drag outward and resize him. Now, right now, he's only 2.607 inches by 2.958. A lot of people ask me all the time, can I do left chest logos with rhinestones? And you cannot. These lines right here are too small for the stones to go onto, so it won't work. Let's see here. We're going to grab this, add one stone tool down here. I'm going to zoom in, and we're going to click it right here. This is a SS10 stone. As you can see, let's change the yellow. It's too thick for that line. So the smaller the design is, the more crunched in the details will become. And even if you tried to do this in rhinestones, tried to do it in SS6 rhinestones, you probably wouldn't even see the image because the rhinestones would be so big, they'll be overlapping on top of each other. So before you even get to doing anything with your rhinestone design, you want to size it up to the size that you're going to put on the shirt. So I just grabbed everything. I'm just resizing it. I have that box there just for reference so that y'all can see that the image was transparent, and I want y'all to see what happens when I start changing the colors. So I'm leaving that pink box there just to have a background behind it. I guess I could. Let's deselect. Up here in your workspace, remember when it's deselected, it's deselected. Now it's back to all of these are your workspace settings, meaning this box here. I believe you go to File, Document Properties down here. Oh, wait a minute, it's not there. Wait a minute.
Ray, can you do something for a second before can you go back to that document properties thing? And the reason I'm asking this is because I think about when people, you know, take your design, and you need to prove that when you created it.
Right.
That would be a place where you could go in and fill out some information that showed when you created the design.
You're so right about that. And it has all of the data information in here as well.
Okay.
Good catch. Good catch. Oh, okay. So I assume that you can do this for every document if you want to go in there and add all of this stuff in there. So I like it. I like it. Let me see here. Is it edit? Because what I'm looking for, right, is the layout. Yeah, here it is. Page setup, page background, and page layout. So you go to page background, you can actually change it. I have it on no background right now, but we can go to solid and actually change the color. So that way we got a background.
Mm-hmm.
That's That's totally your preference. Me personally, I like having no background because that gray might confuse me. I like working on white, but just wanted to show y'all how y'all can go in there. If y'all wanted to just change the background for your page, you can do it as such here. Okay. Get my pink box back. Okay. So now I'm just going to hover over the Indian. I want to see what size he is. 10.558 by 11.98. That's not bad. That's going to be big on a shirt. An extra large, a large, might even look good on a 2X. That's going to be big, right? I need it to be big though, because if I click right here on this back, and what I like to do is I'm going to right click. Okay, I've already ungrouped everything, so my apologies. I'm gonna click right here on this black. We're gonna select all of the black right here, all of the same color. So we hit this box in the middle. I'm just gonna nudge all of that out. Boom. I'm gonna right click. No, I'm not. I was gonna right click and I was gonna put it all together. But as you can see here, we got like these dots here. I may want to change those to rhinestones. So I'm gonna leave those separate. So I'm gonna grab the black again. I'm not gonna select all the black. I'm gonna just grab that piece. I'm gonna nudge it over. Okay, so now we got just that nudged over. I'm gonna take these little pieces here. I'm gonna color those two blue. These three blue. And as you can see, when you click on something down here, watch what happens to this portion of the screen up here. When I click here, it brings up all the options that you can do with just this one here. As you can see, I can weld it. It's already welded though. I can weld it 1,000 times. It's already welded. If I hold shift and I select the next blue one, more options pop up. Did you guys see that up here? Let me deselect it. I'm hold shift and click on the blue again to deselect the blue that I just grabbed. Watch what happens up here. So right now with those two blues selected at the same time, we have the weld option here. We have the supposed to bring up. It's supposed to pop up and say what each one is, but it's not doing that right now. I'm guessing because I got these two selected. Okay, so it's not. What happened? Wow. My apologies, y'all, but where did it go? Remember how it was popping up, letting us know what this was, what that was? I know what they are, but I want you guys to see as well. And it's not, let's see here. That sucks. All right, let me close down TRW. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, there they go. Interesting. Learn something new every day. Let me see if I open it back up because I've never seen that happen. So let me show y'all this right here so y'all don't get confused. The design wizard is here. As you can see, it says TRW Design Wizard 5.12.3 Pro. When I click here, up here on Coreldraw, see how Coreldraw is currently grayed out right now, right? When click there, now Coreldraw is active. Look what happened over here to TRW Design Wizard. It is inactive. So you want to switch back and forth by using the top line up here. So if I click right here on the Design Wizard, as you can see, it activates. Now Coreldraw is grayed out. So whenever your the options are not coming up where you can see them, as you've seen what I did, I closed down Coreldraw and then it started back working and I opened it back up and now it's still back working. Not quite sure why it stopped working, but just wanted to point that out to you that Design Wizard is the plugin for the main software, which is Coreldraw. You have to switch back and forth like so. All right. So let me go back. With just this one triangle selected, the only option we have is the weld. We have whatever these are. What's this? 3-point curve tool, where we're not curving it. The 2-point line tool, the B-spline tool. All of these tools are along the side as well. Don't worry about them until you need them. Don't confuse yourself with all of the other icons that are on the screen. Only use the ones that you become familiar with as you go. You know, I ain't learned all of these icons in a day or in one training session. I learned them as I go, and I started off with the text tool because I started off doing names. That's the easiest thing to do, rhinestone names. After that, started up next. I went to shapes, so rectangles and circles and stars and arrows. So click right here. Only that one option comes up. When I hold shift and I click on another one, so mean I have two of them selected now. Now the other options popped up. So you got the simplify now, you have the trim, you have the create boundary. And keep looking through here. They are right here. Weld, simplify, trim, and create boundary, but also down here they are again. We have the weld, the trim, the intersect, the simplify, front minus back, back minus front, create boundary. So this right here was a TRW toolbar that I drug in there that came with this. So it's duplicated, you know, and that's okay. You might have it like that on yours as well, but Coreldraw has its own weld, trim, simplify, and create boundary. But of course, TRW added in a few more here. All right. Of course, we got our mirror horizontally and mirror vertical right here. But if we deselect, all of that is gone. So you got to remember, with nothing selected, this here only controls your workspace and how you want to edit your workspace. Once you click on something, like if I click on this pink box, the options will come up here with what you can do. We can't simplify, we can't back minus front or anything because that option is not available. So only the options will pop available, which what you can do with what you have selected, if that makes sense. All right, moving right along, moving right along. If I click on this box up here, you have the size dimensions of said box and also the X and Y coordinates where this box is located at in relation to the workspace. So right now you can see the X is 6.705 by 9.573. If I move it, the X and Y coordinates are changing because the coordinates of where this box is placed on the workspace is changing. So don't let that confuse you like it first did when I got started and I kept looking there thinking that was the size of the box. The size of the box is located here, as you can see, with the width and the height. 13.7 by 14,067. All right, moving right along, moving right along. I'm going to take these blue, hold shift, click on the next blue. I'm still holding shift, and I'm clicking on the next blue. Shift allows you to select multiple objects at the same time. So since I have these 3 blues selected, now I'm going to weld them together. Let's deselect. I like to deselect. I like to woosah for a second. And then let's see. Okay, now they all 3 are welded together now. Booyah! Let's do that with the black triangles as well. 1, hold shift, get that one and that one. We're going to weld them together. And actually, let's change these to gray. All right. I'm going to hold shift. I'm going to select the blue as well. I'm going to nudge them back into place by going to my edit tab and nudge. Boom. Get them over there with the rest, like so. Now, all of these circles here, y'all going to love this part. So when we click on one circle, it is 0.189 inches. The next one is 0.188. We're going to highlight all of these. And using this little button right here, replace all stones selected with the size chosen. I know y'all thinking like, hold on, Ray, but those aren't stones. They're not even perfect circles. Now they are. Tell me that wasn't powerful. Let's go back. Look at what it did. It took all of those circles. I highlighted them all. I click right here on this button. As you can see, also, when you're on a design wizard, and say your pop-ups are not popping up like select same color or whatever, you can always look at this bar right here at the bottom, and it will tell you what that button is. So as we hover over it, you can always look right down there, and it will tell you what it is if you don't see the pop-up. All right? So let's do this again. I'm going to highlight all of these, and I'm going to click this button right here, replace all stones selected with the size chosen. The size chosen is SS10. We're going to click right here. Boom. Now, deselect. All of those are SS10. 0. Well, my SS10 anyway. SS10.2. So they're all 0.133. I'm going to grab them all. I'm going to weld them together because I want them to be together. Let's change them to red just for a little color. And let's nudge them right on in. Boom. Not bad. Not bad. I'm going to click on them. I'm going to right click. I'm going to break that curve apart. I'm going to deselect them again. I'm going to come up here. I want to see what they look like if I change them to SS20s. Let's get some bigger stones in there. So we're going to click on the red. You can click either one of these 3 buttons because we know they're all of the same size, color, and yeah, they're all the same size and color. So it doesn't matter if we choose the one in the center, it's going to get them all because they're the only red color on the screen. Choose the one on the right, they're the only same size and color. So y'all getting how to use those buttons over here. I'm going to click this, boom, all of those red stones, and I'm going to click right here and change the size of them. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. Go ahead and say, but Ray, they're touching right here, right? That's why I like the design wizard. We're going to click right here. We're going to grab. Ooh, y'all want to know what? Let's go back. I'm going to show y'all a quicker way. Because, yeah, we can hold this and click through here and click every one while holding shift till we get them all. There's a faster way. I'm just going to go back to before. Like right here. So let me see if it works. I'm going to highlight them all. And we're going to click on this replace stones to make the spacing equal button. Boo. Okay, so it didn't want to work like that. Let's change them to the same size first. So, boom. Oh, okay. We already. Oh, they're still together. That's why. Right click, break curve apart. Now highlight them. And let's try this again. Replace stones to make the spacing equal. Okay, so it ain't gonna, it don't want to work like that for me. I tried. So we'll just grab them all, make them red, nudge them in, and we got to do them one by one. That's okay. That's how I've always done it. So let's click here, select all the red. We're going to resize them to SS20. Deselect them, and then let's zoom in here. Select the first one, hold shift, and let's get them all. I'm just holding shift as I click on them in a row. Let go of shift if you need to zoom out and zoom into a better area where you can see it, and then hold shift again and get the rest. Now let's use our replace stones to make the spacing equal. All right, just made that spacing equal. They look good to me. I'm gonna hold shift because y'all can see there's that line in there, the line that connected them all to make the spacing equal. We're gonna hold shift. We're gonna clear the path from the selected object. Now, if you're a newbie and you're watching this for the first time, you may be thinking, "Oh, Ray, that's a lot." But guess what? That's pretty much 70% of using this software. You're gonna, you'll see as we go along. We're gonna be replacing the stones and making the spacing equal a lot. You know, we're going to be moving stones around here and there a lot. We also have all of these areas over here. As you can see, we click right here. All of those pieces are separate. So we can go in there and get colorful with it by just clicking on them. Let's say, yeah, let's do it like this. Let's do it like purple. And then I guess aquamarine. Then let's do aquamarine here. And then I'm going to hold this. I'm going to get these three. We're going to go purple right there. Click on this one, hold shift, get these three. We're going to go aquamarine right there. Grab these. Let's go purple right there. Aquamarine again. Purple right here. Aquamarine right here. Think. So I'm just holding shift as I select the squares in there. I mean, the objects, and then I'm just coloring them all at the same time. So now I can actually, boom. I can select all the purple right here in the middle. Let's nudge that on over. Nudge it over again. Let's select all the aquamarine. Nudge it. Uh-oh, I didn't select it all. Select all the same color here. Boom. Nudge it over. Boom, boom. All right. We got this little piece right here. We're probably going to make that aquamarine too. And let's nudge it over. See how powerful the nudge tool is, especially when you want to break your colors up and get some organization to your colors. That's the. Before I found out about the nudge tool, I was doing it such a crazy way, y'all. But I'm glad I figured it out. We're gonna color his face, get some color to him. So I'm just going to hold shift and grab it all of the little pieces. Got a piece. We're gonna weld all of it together. Let's change the color back. Now it's all welded. You can see it has the nodes around the whole face. I'm going to hold shift and get this little area right here. Add that to it. I'm going to weld all of this to the white. Boom. Then I'm going to just change it back. Or I could have did it the other way. Clicked here, hold shift, and then just welded it all to there. Let's nudge that up. Let's nudge that in. Boom. Nudge it in again. Boom. All right. So I like to get all my colors set up. I like to take all of this and weld all of that color together.
Oh no, I did.
Weld all of the purple. Who got that mic on me? You can please mute your mic, please. Select all the purple and let's weld that together as well. Here. Boom. Now we still got all these pieces over here. We could use them or not, because we always have the smart fill tool. Now mine is located at the bottom. It should be at the bottom of yours as well. But if you have the 2018, 2021, maybe the 2020 version, it's located in the drop down box, as you can see with this one here.
Yeah, I bought you some stuff yesterday and
So we click right there.
a travel container.
Here,
Um,
do that. Somebody help me with Excel. I think it was right here. I gotta remember where everything at, so I ain't fiddling around, y'all. Where's the mute everybody? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Oh, somebody new must have came in that wasn't muted. Okay. We got a lot of people in here now. All right. So let's go back. I accidentally used my smart fill tool and smart filled everything. So let's go back. Okay, so with the smart fill tool here, I love the smart fill tool. As you can see, all of these objects over here, if I grab them, I can change them all red because they're all objects. Or I can just come in here and let's say I wanted this area right here around the stones, because y'all got to remember, I changed that area. Remember the stones? If we nudge that back in, it's not going to fit anymore because we changed the size of the stone. Let me move that back in to show y'all. We're going to change that to gray. Yeah, it doesn't fit anymore. So I'm not going to use that piece anyway because I re-changed the size of the stone. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to use my smart fill tool here at the bottom. I'm going to click there. And now it filled in that area perfect. So we can change that. Let's say we change it to purple. You still want to, let me nudge it out so y'all can see. When you use the smart fill tool, let's make it yellow. It's still going to have, oh, it does. It doesn't. Yes, it do. Hold on, let me see. I think I did it too fast. Let's click smart fill. Let's nudge it out. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. I thought the smart fill tool had those outlines on it as well. So I was going to tell you to click here and right click on the X to get rid of the outline. But when you use the smart fill tool, it doesn't. Okay. I thought it did though. Cool beans. Let's nudge this back in. I love that nudge feature. I'm trying to tell y'all, it's a game changer. All right. I know I'm zooming in and out a lot. As you can see, when you zoom in and out, you get more precise with your where you're trying to move your mouse to and what you're trying to do. So you'll see me zooming in and out a lot. But I want to see what's going on with my design. All right, so we can use all of this over here. I'm gonna just get rid of it because I like using my smart. I'm gonna smart fill this area right here. And y'all see that? That right? Who all thinks that should be blue? This little rectangle right here should be blue. All right. Right here. Let's wireframe it. Let's look at it in the wireframe. As you can see, it's connected to the whole helmet. There's a few ways we can fix it. And this is where when you're designing and as you're getting the hang of it, you're going to start coming up with your own ways of, how can I fix that? Anybody know how we can fix it?
Should Dan, oh, you, okay.
I was just going to say break apart and copy one of the blue ones and replace it.
Oh, I like that. I like that. That's a good way. Yeah. Anybody else know? Anybody got another way? There's multiple ways we can do it.
I tell you what I would do if I were in Silhouette, but
Tell me, Tanya. I appreciate you bringing your Silhouette knowledge over and us comparing the two.
if you go back to the wireframe view,
Yes.
right? So, and zoom in just a little bit because my old eyes can't see.
Okay.
Well, Actually, well, there's actually several ways I think in Silhouette that you could do this. One of the things might be you would click on the object to bring up the nodes.
Okay, so in Coreldraw, we'll double click on the object. Let me take it out of wireframe, but just for a second, so we can see the object is this black here. So when we wireframe it, it's this. So we double click here. We bring up the nodes. Go right ahead, Tanya.
And then I think what I would do is I would take that node that was down there in that corner of the triangle, and I would bring it and make it meet that node, make it meet that line down there at the bottom to connect that as one whole. Well, no, I might not do that either, because now I'm thinking of as I'm working through the process, I see what's going to happen. It's going to make that triangle, and it's going to make that part all one piece, and I don't want that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and no.
Well, and then I could do that, right? Okay,
Okay.
wait a minute. Let me go back. Let me think. Now that you did that, I can see it visually because I'm a visual person, right?
Okay.
Now that you've done that, what I probably would do if I were in Silhouette is I would go back and I would just create me a little small shape tool, and I would put it over between the two spaces, and I would like slice it off to make that triangle its own separate piece.
Okay.
But that's a lot of work, I know.
Yeah, but that's the same way we would do it in Coreldraw. But all right, let's go back to our wireframe, right? And I'm gonna undo this here. I'm gonna move that back there. Let's go back to our regular frame. As you can see, if I went to my Smart Fill tool and I tried to Smart Fill it right here, it's gonna Smart Fill everything because that area right here was not closed. So using Tanya's method, if we double click using our pick tool, which opens up the shape tool, it automatically goes directly to the shape tool because now you're messing with the shape. So let's zoom back in here. If we drag this node right here and just close off that area, boom. Let's see. We're going to go back to the pick tool. And now I'm going to go to my Smart Fill tool. And let's wireframe it so we can see that area looks like it's closed off now. So it should work. Let's Smart Fill just this area here. Boom. With that Smart Fill, let's go back to our pick tool. As you can see, it's covered that up. And you're right. We're just going to click on this, hold shift, click on the black, and we're going to trim it out using our trim here. Boom. Now when we move it, the black is gone. We can even double click here on the black. As you can see, all of those extra nodes from where it crisscrossed, we can just get rid of all of these nodes by hovering over all of those nodes and pressing delete. We still got this little fella that popped up right here. We can click right here on this one node right here. As you can see, we can change that and fix it right there. I just brought it down and swung it around, and it got rid of that little divot right there. We can even fix it even better, double clicking on it, and I'm gonna just get rid of that node right there and see what happens. Straightened it all the way up. I like to go back to my pick tool. I like to deselect everything. I like to hit save. And I like to woosah for a second.
Yep, woosah.
Like, okay, that seemed like a lot. But once you start doing it so many times, it's going to be like, boom, 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 move right along. Okay, got that done. When you see little areas that you want to fix, it's going to become second nature after you've done it a couple times. So now what we need to do,
Change the color.
yep. Not only change the color, we're going to click on this one. We're going to hold shift and we're going to click on those and we're just going to weld that so that that's now part of those. Boom. All right. Moving right along. I'm going to go ahead and Smart Fill this area here. But I can fix this triangle here because it's all whoopy. It's all, it doesn't look right. I'm going to double click I'm just get rid of this node here. See if that fixes it. Not bad. What if I get rid of these two? These two right here. Just those two. Not this one, but those two. Let's delete. Haha. You're able to straighten out objects by double clicking on them and just taking it one node at a time. When I first started messing with nodes, I was moving way too many nodes and I was messing up my design and I was scared to mess it up even more. So I stopped playing with the nodes. Don't do that. Don't be me. Go in there and take it one node at a time. Yeah, it's got this little curve right here. We're going to just do one node and see what happens. Okay, took a little bit of the curve off. Let's take this one off. Okay, not bad. But we can still drag this area over here like so. And we can just straighten these out freehand by using the arrows. Trust me, when I first started doing this, I was terrified. I was like, oh, what am I doing? More and more I start doing it now, I do it every day. We're going to fix this other one too. Just going to double click on it. We're going to look at it like, can we drag this node here to there? Oh, yes. Let's straighten this one up like so. Let's get rid of this fella right here. He's messing the whole design up. Boom. Aha. Looking better already.
And see, can I say something real quick?
Talk to me. Talk to me.
I would have abandoned that a long time ago, and I would have created me a triangle.
Oh yeah.
And then I would have just replaced all of them in such. I mean, but this is good. This is good teaching, right? Because it shows you how you can go in and you can edit the nodes, you know, for different parts of your design and how you can change the shape and so forth and so on. So that was excellent, right? Because you even showed, but yeah, the anal part of me would have been like, you know what, that's too much trouble. Let me just go ahead and create a triangle and fit them back in there and be done with it.
Yeah, and the old me would have done it that way as well. But as I started learning how to use the software more and more and more, I'll be wanting to show people everything. I'll be wanting to show people like, hey, did you know you can do this? So yeah, I would have definitely did the triangles, but it would have made it just a little difficult trying to do the triangles with the curve. It still would have looked at okay, but I wanted to play around with these nodes to show y'all don't be scared like I was, because I was scared. We talking about 2-3 years in. I was 2-3 years in using the software and still wasn't messing with those nodes. I want y'all to be confident of messing with the nodes day one. Of double clicking in here. I mean, we can change everything, you know, if you want to. Hey, if you mess up, Control Z it back. All right. Let me go in here and we're going to smart fill this area right here. I'm only smart filling that area so I can change the yellow. And then I'm going to actually do the same color scheme. So we're going to go purple and then we're going to do aquamarine. I think that might look better actually if these two were gray. Okay. All of this in here. Now, yeah, I could have kept that. I could have, but check this out. Smart fill. We're going to use this one little fella right here. And guess what? I can move him right here and make a copy. Where'd he go? Where did he go?
He's still there.
I just made a copy. Where'd he go? Where I think he went?
Back.
Oh, behind.
Behind
okay.
the back.
Yeah, so let's hit the F right here. Bring it to the front. It's still not there. So let's just hit our save. For some reason, I guess that's the way the software is designed. Sometimes when I do it like that and I make a copy, boom. Also, how did I make that copy? I dragged and I right click without letting go of the left click. Makes a copy. All right. Funny how I didn't put it behind it again, but hey, it's sometimes it'd be the small little things. Don't let it agitate you. Just click off of everything, woosah, and be like, okay, what happened? I know it's right there. Wireframing if you got to, you know, and then that'll help you remember. Oh, let me push it to the front, and then let me save.
I think sometimes, Ray, if it's like Silhouette Studio, when you're in a panel or you use something, it remembers the last thing that you did, and it makes that the next thing that same thing. So maybe that could be the reason is when you brought it to the front and then you did that thing and you brought that one to the front and
Right.
duplicated it, it made that image the same as the one before it, so it brought it to the front.
Right. Yep. That makes sense. I just wanted to show y'all how we just use this empty blank object because there's no color in there. Let me see here. Also, my apologies. My Zoom gets real wonky when I'm video recording. So as you can see, we click on this white. There's no object right there, so that color isn't filled in. I'm gonna just use my smart fill tool. I'm gonna go through there and just fill those in. Hey, what's going on, bro? Hold on. Stay away. Yeah, I'm doing the training. What's going on though? Okay. Yeah, I'm at the shop. Yes, sir. My apologies, y'all. All right, so we got all of those smart filled in. I like to always come back to my pick tool. As you can see, even though we switched back to the pick tool, this object, our last smart fill, is still selected. I like that feature because now I can come up here and just select all the same color. It grabs all of that at the same time. I'm gonna go ahead and weld it, and let's go ahead and change that to aquamarine. All right, let's go ahead. Now I know I had all of that stuff over here already, and I could have just picked it and nudged it back in, but I really wanted to show y'all the power of the smart fill. Gonna go gray right there. We're gonna smart fill it again and go purple on the inside. Boom. With that purple selected here, select all the same color and just weld that to the rest of the purple.
Now, can I ask you a question?
Please do.
I'm looking at that design and I'm like, okay, the circles, okay, so it's like 3 circles, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm following you correctly, we're gonna probably maybe stone or put rhinestones in there possibly or whatever, but they're not centered. And so as I get towards that bottom part where your cursor is now, you see it's not as wide. The spacing is not as wide as the top part of it. So would you move that in order to, so that you have more space for your stones to fit in there if you were going to do that?
I like you catching that. So check this out. We're about to show y'all a little trick here, right? So because that's how the design was, we're gonna fix it because they're not equal. You're right. So we're gonna double click and it brings up all of the nodes for the aquamarine, as you can see. We're gonna just highlight just that circle here. I didn't get the whole circle. I only got those 3, but let me go back and get this piece here. Boom. We're gonna double click. Well, we're gonna leave that purple right there for reference, for size. We're gonna double click on the gray. We're gonna get that out of there as well. Just the gray. I'm just removing the nodes on the side from the gray. All right. Now I'm gonna grab this. Of course, it selects all of the purple. What we can do though, you have to think outside the box at times. We're going to smart fill this. And we're going to nudge it off to the side. I'm going to nudge it. So now it's over there. Right? So now I'm going to get rid of this one. Now I'm about to smart fill this. Boom. Now watch this, y'all. If we hold shift and we grab it by the corner, it's going to equally resize that circle, as you can see. And I'm going to right there. As we can see, it's right there. If we wireframe it, we can see the circle. The circle is there. Let's change the color. I'm gonna make it dark blue. I'm gonna hold shift, click on the gray color or whatever, and we're gonna just trim that out. So now what we have is ta-da. We're gonna move that back in there. I'm gonna take this other one that we copied, and we're gonna nudge that back in there. I only did it for size reference of how big that circle I wanted it to be. Come on, man. All right. Now let's push it to the front. And let's save our work. I'm going to delete it anyway. I just wanted to keep it so that I know I didn't want to make it too big. I still wanted to keep it proportional to that size. So we're going to click on the blue. We're going to hold shift. And we're going to make it about that size. That looks good to me. Change the color. I'm gonna do it right now because I already got it selected. I'm gonna hold shift, click on the blue. We're gonna trim this blue out of that blue. Boom. So now it's all together, but we still need to move that yellow. So we have to deselect, click on the yellow, and let's delete it. So now as you can see, when we move this one, it's perfect. When we move this one, it's perfect. Thanks, Tanya, for wanting to be perfect. she was like, "Oh no, those are not. I can't deal with that. They need to be symmetrical." Good catch though, because when you're dealing with rhinestones, you want your circles to be symmetrical as possible. Because if one side is oblong, then the stones are going to go in there oblong as well. So good catch. Let's save our work. Now, I'm going to move all of this and nudge it back onto the pink so we can see. Me personally, yeah, I think like those areas right here should be like white or something. So I'm going to just smart fill them. I could have kept all the old ones, but I didn't quite know what I wanted to do with them yet. And that's okay, because I love the smart fill tool. All right. What I want to do, though, let me deselect. Let me change this color here, because I don't want all of that together. I'm going to change that. We're going to click right here and select all of the color. So we can get all of those. Ones we just smart filled. Let's weld them together. Let's probably change them like white. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this pink. I don't need it now. But I wanted to show y'all how I changed the colors and all of that. I didn't want the white in the background to be confusing. So let's even change this to like a yellow, even though it ain't going to look good with yellow. But there we go. So now we ready. I know a lot of people are like, oh man, you had to do all of that for rhinestones. No, but to teach you how to use the software, I think this guy was perfect. You know, he had all of the elements to show you how to get your design right before you put the stones in there. Because the stones, believe it or not, you're gonna click right here. We're gonna go to our place and field tab. We're gonna do a simple field just to see what it looks like. So we're gonna go to inside, add stones. All of this, I like to keep it the same. So 0.075 is your typical contour for when you're placing in stone. 0.075, you place the stones inside of your object directly on the edge. So let's do an island fill now. So it's only going to be one island. Island fill. Let's clear the paths. merge overlapping stones. So whenever you use any one of these 4 fields, it's a 3-part process. Path field, clear the path, merge overlapping stones. Hatch field, clear the path, merge overlapping stones. Island field, clear the path, merge overlapping stones, or offset. I only use hatch field and island field. I use path field every once in a while. I never use offset. I don't like how it offsets the stones. So let's deselect here. And now let's go. Let's see what we got. So it overlap just a few here, like this one here. 0.075. Let me see here. Okay. That's weird though, because it was supposed to put the circles inside of the object. And right now, as you can see, they're on the edge. Let me get all of those yellow circles out of there by clicking on one yellow. Click right here, same size and color, and delete. Okay, on the inside, 0.07. Oh, that's why. Aha. The stones were too big. I was using SS20 stones to try to create that. So let me change this to SS10. I like to use SS10.2. Click on the purple again, and let's do our island field. There we go. Clear the paths and merge overlapping stones. That looks a lot more cleaner. Okay, I'm gonna deselect. Boom. Oh, it got it. It got most of it. That's pretty cool. I forgot that I had it all welded together. So the old me, y'all, the old me, I'm done. I was done. I was like, okay, that looks good. Ready to go on a shirt, and I sent it to the cutter. I didn't see any imperfections. I was geeking. I probably would have came down here, click right here. Let's do an island field there too. Clear the path, merge overlapping stones. Okay, you got it okay. Not bad. I would have fixed this, but everything else, I'm trying to tell y'all, if y'all look back at my old designs, on the shirts, they looked good because the stones are dancing so hard, you don't even see like, okay, yeah, these 3 stones could have been up in there. I wasn't thinking about none of that. I was geeking. I was like, oh, ain't nobody else in the city doing rhinestone shirts right now. I got to get these out right now. And that's what I did until I started learning more how to use the tools. Like, look at this. That's, okay. So here's a perfect example of, I don't like them. I don't like how I can fix them and equal space them out, but some of them are like this one is seems like it's off of the circle, which means I got to get them in there just right. I'm not about to do all of that. So what I've learned to do is we're going to right click right here on this area right here so that we can lock this area. So now it doesn't move when we click on it. I'm going to use this area right here as my starting point to go in there and just grab those stones and delete them. As you can see, I'm making sure I'm not grabbing the other circles. Because remember, the entire object has to be in the square in order for you to delete it. So it makes it easier for me to go in there and grab a whole chunk of circles and then delete them versus clicking on them one by one. Click, delete, click, delete, click, delete. So what I'm about to do now is I'm actually about to grab my ellipse tool. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to make a perfect circle. Make a perfect circle by holding control and dragging the circle out. There's the circle right there. Let's color it so we can see it. I'm going to hold shift and select this circle right here and press C to center it. Boom. Now we got to move it up just a little bit. I'm going to use my wireframe on that to make sure. First, I want to click on it because there we go. Now my wireframe. There we go. I'm eyeballing it right now. because I only want to use this circle here because we're going to place and fill to the outside. And now let's island fill it. Bing bong, clear the path, merge overlapping stones, and we're going to change those stones to red just so that they differentiate. Let's get that out of there. We don't need this pink circle no more. I only use that pink circle so that I can create an outside curvature so that those stones are perfect in there. I could have went through there and held shift and clicked on each one and used the equal spacing. But the more and more you use the software, your brain is going to teach you shortcuts to where, what's another way to do this? What's another way to do this? What's another way to do this? Because you're not going to want to do it the way that you're like, oh man, that's going to take 20 minutes. You might take 4 minutes and think of another way, and then it's going to come to you. The more and more that I've been using this software, I was like, oh, especially after I started teaching, it was like, wow, okay, so you can do it 9 different ways. Like with these, I'll just freehand these. The old me, and I know, Ty, you're going to say something, would just equal space them like this, and watch how much it moves. So I started. I would do that even with these over here. I would equal space these 3. Like, oh, they gotta be equal. But watch how much it moved. I didn't even look. So to save time, in the future, I'd be like, "Yep, it looks good," and I move right along.
What do you cut with, Ray? You cut with a Graph Tech?
No, I got a. I used to have a GCC Expert 24. I now have a US Cutter SC 601, one of the first US Cutter plotters.
Okay, well, those of us with the
Silhouette and the Cameo.
yeah, and the Cricuts and so forth and so on, yeah, we that equal spacing I think matters just a little bit more, so that in some ways if you're putting enough space, because if it's still too close, it's still too close. But at least if it's equal, chances are maybe your flock won't tear. I mean,
Yep.
Or you won't cut it, because the higher end cutters can cut more precise. So
I get it. I really do. Sometimes when it comes to the designs, especially like these areas right here, I'll eyeball that and keep it moving. I know it might take a couple 15 more seconds or whatever, but sometimes I'll be flying. You'll be flying too, and I don't know. You don't seem like the person to overlook things. You'll be like, no, I gotta fix it. Me, I'm like, nope, it looks good. I can't even really tell. I'm moving it right along. That's just me. To each his own, though. You hear me? Like, I spent so much. Like, look at all these corners. The old me didn't fix them at all because I didn't. I was like, okay, that looks okay. But as I started making designs for other people, then I'm like, I'm gonna move that one right there. I'm gonna move this one in tighter here, and then I'm gonna equal space this entire line here. Those are the changes that I spend time to make. The other ones like these right here, let me equal space this first. Shift and clear the path. Like these 4, I'll probably grab those 4 by holding shift and grabbing those 4. And then I will eyeball them right on in there like so. And move right along. The old me though would have been like, oh man, I gotta equal space this whole line. Sometimes I'd be like, nope, I think it looks good. But other times, you're right, I will delete these 2 and then just equal space this line here.
I kind of feel like the attention to the because you're selling your template, right? and there's so many other designers out there who are also selling templates. You want to, you know, the idea is you want to set yourself apart by being the one that pays attention to detail. Because
Yeah.
what's going to happen is, you know, when you go to stone that, and if those stones aren't lined up properly, you know, in the design, when you go to stone it, they're not going to be lined up properly on the shirt. And then
Right.
you see it, right? And
Yeah.
then at that point, it becomes too late. And so I just feel like, you know, if we take the time to go in and be a little bit more methodical about it, you know, a little bit more precise, get them where you want them. Once you start getting that customer base of the person that's coming to buy your templates, they know point blank, I know where I'm going to go buy my template from, because
They're gonna be on point.
Ray makes sure that my template is going to be right, my shirt going to be right when I go to stone it. Because there are a lot of places out there, you know, designers right now that are doing this, and their stuff is crap, but you don't know it till after the fact.
Right.
You know, so I think when you you know, because we already in the design anyway.
Yeah.
And you know, I know sometimes with these manual edits, yeah, this is the part of the design that's the most tedious and takes the most time, but it's also the one that's going to set that design apart from anybody else's. And so, you know, doing it only makes it a credit to you as the designer, that when people are talking about your designs, they'd be like, well, you know what? I'll never have a problem when I buy Ray's designs.
Correct. No, I was remember. You got to remember how I'm saying it. When I first got started, you know,
So in the beginning, yes, in the beginning.
in the beginning, it was a lot of this stuff that I didn't see, and um, back then, it didn't deter me from hitting the cut button, you know, sending it to the cutter. But you're right. Say I sent this to the cutter. There will be times where now it's all cut out, the sublimation part is done, and now I'm brushing these stones in, and I'm like, oh, dag, Ray, you could have fixed this part right here. You could have fixed it. You know what I would do?
Mm.
And this isn't to save grace or whatever, but if this was a one-off, meaning this was not a design that I was selling, this was a one-off shirt where I only was going to do this design one time, I'm gonna nudge that stone right there under the plastic, like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna line it up and I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm just more so referring to when I first got started, like you guys are first getting started, and when time is a factor. Some of this stuff, especially with, like this little fix right here, I would have fixed that under the tape. You know what I mean? And kept it moving. Versus that's just me. That's just me, you know. I'm not saying everyone has to follow my methods, but sometimes time is of the essence, and we be in a crunch for it. So I look at things and I be like, is it that big of a deal? Only on one-offs though, not on my designs that I sell. My designs that I sell, I do take the time and I go in here and make sure everything is perfect. But like right here again, another example. This right here, I would have nudged this one up under the tape that way, nudged this one up under the tape that way, and it would have still looked it good on that one-off shirt. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fix this one right here. Sometimes it just be too off to where I don't see it, but then other times I'll be like, man, I'm gonna fix it under the tape. Or I'm a press it and just add on. And I think when I just hearing me say that, you're right. It will take the same amount of time on the front end or the back end, right? Same amount of time. If I'm fixing it after I re-impressed it and I'm going to grab a single stone and I'm repressing it again, might have took just as much time as it would have taken me to just fix it right here on the template. So good point. You're right about that.
Hey Ray, can I ask a question? This is Tay.
Okay, hey, go right ahead.
So say where you are now, yes, that line right there. But say say like 3 of your stones are not symmetrically correct. Like they're it almost looks like a zigzag almost, just a little bit, and you want to get them lined up. Is there a way to do that without doing each individual stone? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So when it comes to that, what I like to do is I like to use me grab a few stones and pull them off to the side. I like to use, I guess, the stair stepper method. So sometimes it'd be hard to really get the stones lined up the way you want to because you risk them overlapping because they're too close. So I like to take a stone and place it right in between another stone, like so, almost like so.
You say the honeycomb method, right,
Yeah.
Shadana?
Okay, that's what it's called, the honeycomb method. Yeah. So I like to use the honeycomb method, but like right here, I'm trying to right here. We can't get that stone to fit in there because those two are gonna touch. So I just more so try to get it. I try to follow my curves. So if this line is curving this way, I want this one to curve this way versus it curving like this. This one right here, and then well, that might work. Let's see here. No, okay, still that's tight right there. There's no room really for that stone to go there. So the closest one is right there. But if we do it the other way, move this stone into this row, which is the dominant row. As I'm looking at it, that's the dominant one. Then I can bring this one and slide this one over, and it looks more equal space than how I had it before with this line being the dominant one, and then this one having to fill in where they go. Does that make
And
sense?
then would you, yes, that makes sense. Okay, you just answered my question. I was gonna ask, would you add in a stone as well? And that's what you did. So
Yeah. I use
thank
the
you.
equal spacing tool and then add a stone, add a stone. And then you got to
Okay.
remember at this part right here to hold shift and clear that path to get rid of that line in there.
Do you also need to do the other part that you do, the some about merging stones or something?
Okay, so you got two options. Let me show you. We're gonna delete that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. We got this. They should both be on the place and field tab. I think so, but one is in one is down here, and the other one is on the edit tab. So we have this fill between two here. If I click on hold shift and click on this one, and I hit fill between two, it will fill between two. You don't see the line, but you still have to hold shift and clear the path. Or you do it this way where you have those three, and let's say those three are uneven or whatever, unevenly spaced. You click on one, you'll hold shift and click on the other ones in that row. I'm holding shift, I'm gonna click on this one and this one, and I'm gonna equal space those, and I'm gonna add a stone, and then you see the line, we're gonna shift and clear the path. So the method is the same. After you create the line using the stones, you always wanna shift, hold shift and clear the path because it's going to get that line out of there, whether you see a line or not. Does that answer your question?
Yep. Thank you.
All right. All right. I don't know what this means. I see it all the time. Would you like to report this error to TRW? Yes, because I wasn't even doing anything, y'all. Y'all see that? I wasn't even doing anything just now when that pop-up came up. Error out of stack space. Maybe I'll Google it one day, but it doesn't bother me. I keep it going. Thank you for reporting this error. All right. That's looking good though, y'all, so far, right? I'm gonna grab
Yeah, it looks
everything.
good.
I'm gonna move it up. Uh-oh. What happened right there? Did anybody know what happened right here?
Didn't weld it.
Nope.
No.
Try again. Try again. It was something
Oh,
I did with that brown. You can remember back. Remember I was trying to get the circles out of the ear part right here? What did I do with that brown? Remember?
you locked it.
I locked it. So let's
Hmm.
Control Z it back. Put it back into place. Deselect everything. Let's right click on this and let's unlock the object because it was still locked. That's why it didn't move. I'm gonna just grab it all. I'm gonna move it up a little bit because I want to add some text to it. All right. I'm just gonna type out Indian text. I'm gonna type in INDIAN. Boom. All lowercase, right? I'm gonna make it bigger. Oh man, I forgot to capitalize the I. Right here in the TRW design wizard, if we click this little drop out arrow right here, it brings up our font wizard, which these letters up here, the E is for edit text dialog. I've never used that one. The U is for change to uppercase. Okay. Lowercase, title case. We can even do two color magic text, but it doesn't quite work right here as it's supposed to. But we also have two color magic text in the text over here as well. That's more so intermediate. So right here we can change it to vertical. I used to always have trouble doing vertical text, but now it's right there, vertical. You hit V again, it goes back to horizontal. Break artistic text. I barely use that. We got to change to monogram. They actually have a monogram font on the TRW website. So when you download the monogram font, you can change it right here to the monogram, and it will put it in, as y'all know, like the little fancy little letters with the circles and stuff. All right. So I love this little these letters up here. Also, TRW lets you create your favorite fonts list. So after you click on a font, and let's say you like that font, you can just add to favorites down here and it adds that font to your favorites down here. As you can see, Alphabet Soup, I just added that one there. All right. Let me choose a font that I think will be great for rhinestones. Of course, up here, my favorite fonts, a lot of those are, or just some of my favorite fonts I like using. The thicker fonts are definitely what you want to use. Those are the easier to work with, like this one. I can do that in one click. Like that one, that might be one click as well. Well, 2, 3 clicks. Y'all know what I mean. Let's see here. Oh, I like that one. Definitely like that one. We're gonna copy that one. Boom. I like this one down here though, for sure. Where is it at? Is that it? Oh, here it is. Backline. Backline, backline. I love this font right here, y'all. Check this out. And when you're using cursive fonts, whenever you're using a cursive font, let's go to wireframe so we can see. Every cursive font is going to overlap. The letters are going to overlap as such. Let me show y'all. I have to show y'all. If we leave it like this, and we place and fill, and we island fill it. Uh-oh, that was on the outside. Oh, that came out clean, though. Go back. Let's move it to the inside. My apologies. Go to the inside, one island, leave everything else the same, and we island fill it. Oh,
That looks
well,
good.
wow. Okay, so they must did an update then. Because I wanted to show y'all before they did the update. Let's go in here where it overlaps at right here. The stones would have been all wonky right there because it's not welded together. But hey, looks like they fixed that now. But let me show y'all how it's supposed to be. So wireframe, you want to weld it together. Oh, no. Okay, my bad. It wasn't with stones. I'm sorry, y'all. It wasn't with stones. It was with outlines. So let me show y'all this too. So with it not being welded together, as you can see, the N overlaps the D, overlaps the IAN. If we come to our place and fill, let's say we want a pretty little contour outline on this. We go to the outside, no stones. If we leave it at 0.075, it's going to be a line 0.075. Let's island fill it. Let's see. Oh, first you got to click on it. Then island fill. Let's change it to blue. That line, it's not, I thought it was going to be thinner than that, but that's not bad. But look what happens. Edit. Let's nudge it out. Oh, they must have fixed that all together then. Oh, yep, they did. That's crazy. Okay. So, wait a minute. We're on 5.12.3. So that was happening at 5.0. You know, they 12 updates after that. Okay. Okay. Learn something new.
That's good.
Yeah, I still when it comes to cursive text though, I still just like to weld it. As you can see, when you weld it, boom, now it interlocks the letters together. I'm trying to show y'all something and they done fixed it already. Let's go place and fill. 0.075 was cool, but it was kind of thin. I'm gonna double it to 0.15. Now let's do an island fill. Change the color. Okay. As you can see, it puts the outline on there. Let's right click, get rid of that outline. There it is. Go. So in doing something like this, if you move it, I'm gonna nudge it over. As you can see, it just created an island. Let's go back to place and fill. An island 1.5 inches bigger than the island that was on top of it. And that's how they create the contours. But when you lay them on top of each other, you can't even tell that that blue is under there like so. But if you're doing rhinestones and you want the outline and then the inside to be filled with stones, you have to cookie cut it. I like saying cookie cut. This button right here, this trim button should be called cookie cut. But hey, let's click it, hold shift, click on the blue, and we're going to hit right here and trim. Cut out a portion of an object using the shape of another object. So now we have this. We have our outline. So that can be vinyl, glitter, sublimation, DTF. This part right here, let's nudge it back in. I love using the nudge, y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all. Go to our place and fill tab. We want to change back our contour to 0.075 for rhinestone. Make sure we click on add stones. Make sure we click on inside. Let's island fill it. Remember, we island fill, then clear the path and merge overlapping stones all at once. Let's change the color of those stones to yellow. And now you see why I said when I first got started, I did names. Names was like 7 minutes, and I moved on to the next one. Oh, what you say your name is? Oh, yeah, I'll make you a name shirt, $35. You know what I mean? Name shirts are what I did the most. Click on this. Let's weld it. Let's go 0.2 on the outside for the contour to the outside, no stones, island fill. We're going to change this to red. We're going to right click to get rid of the outline. We're going to deselect. You got to woosah every once in a while. Like, okay. Now, what do I do now? What do I do now? Who would like to answer?
What was the question?
We trying to do this top Indiana, like the bottom Indiana. It was a step we did on this one. Let me edit it. Let me nudge it over. As you can see, the stones are there. If we nudge this one over, we can't see where the stones need to go. So what do
Oh,
we need to do?
you trimmed it out,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes. Let me nudge that back in there. So you want to click on the one that's on top, hold shift, click on the one that's on bottom. You got them both now, and then we'll trim. Doesn't look like anything has happened, but you want to deselect, and I just like to nudge it off to the side. And there we have our outline, and then we have our text, which we can then, let's place and fill. We know we got to change this back for stones. Inside, add stones, 0.075. I'm island fill, clear the path, merge overlapping stones. I'm gonna change these to blue, and I'm gonna edit and nudge it back in. Text will be the easiest thing here. Just messed up just one little stone or two stones. So I'm gonna grab both of them. And this is where I'll be cynical, and I'll grab my ruler and drag it right down to here. You see I locked in to that node at the bottom of the circle? Now I'm gonna grab this one, hold shift, grab the other one, and I'm gonna just hold control. Control lets you move objects on the x-axis or the y-axis. So I'm gonna hold control, and it's gonna move it directly up on the x-axis. Boom, till it snaps to that dot, to that guideline. Boom, deselect. And I think it's ready to go. I would have sent it to the cutter. I would have sent it to, I would have sent it to the cutter already. You know, your Indian shirt, it is done.
So Ray, do you find that you can pretty much use any of your system fonts and work with them and turn them into, you know, rhinestone? I mean, you place the rhinestones in there without all of the manipulations that you have to do when you're using Silhouette, because Silhouette doesn't, I mean, you know, that's one of the biggest complaints I hear most people say is that I can't find any good fonts, you know, to turn into a rhinestone using Silhouette. And I'd be like, yeah, right.
It's a once you know type thing. Like once you've used so many fonts, you will be able to eyeball the thickness of it and be like, yeah, that's thick enough. After you've used this little fella right here, just place one stone at a time, and you place it in there, you will know, like, okay, that'll work. It's more than enough room for that stone to fit in there. I like to use this place one stone tool at times just to see. But to answer your question, yes and no. It just takes a practice to know, like when you look at it, like that one right there, like that one right there is going to be, that one right there is going to be a problem, right? Let's wireframe it. Let's weld it together. Come out of wireframe. Let's go straight into place and fill. Let's go inside, add stones, island fill, clear the path, merge overlapping stones. Not bad.
Actually, I was going to say that's not bad. I mean, even if you had to go and make some manual edits, I mean, you know, you've got something to work with.
Yeah. See now that looks good, but this new me that wants the designs to be great, I would have been like, no, I can't get jiggy with that. And that's a lot of editing when you look at it, which I've done it. Let me show y'all a trick though. Okay, so the key is to, one, make it larger if you can. So if we made it larger, we did it again. Of course, the stones have more room to sit in there, so it will look better. As this example shows.
Yeah, but that
Looks
thing
a
is
lot better. Fixed all the problems almost, didn't it?
Yeah, but that
By
thing was
making it
17
bigger.
it was 17 inches wide. I mean, 17 inches, yeah, wide.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, now it's 1801. So I
Okay.
made it bigger just a little bit, but now you see how the stones fell in there a little nicer because they had room to grow. But watch this. When it comes to script fonts like this, it could be a little difficult, but it's worth a shot. So let's say 18 is too big. They need it to be 17. Boom. What I would do, and this is kind of trickery, is I'm going to go to the outside, deselect add stones, and I'm gonna give a contour of like 0.03 island field. See what it did? It gave it a 0.03 more of a thickness to it. So now I'm gonna take that island field that I just created. I'm gonna hold shift, click on the black, and I'm going to weld it. So now I just made manipulation a little more thicker. I'm gonna deselect it, click on island, add stones. Let's change this back for stones, 0.075. Now let's see what it does. Click it, island fill. Clear the paths, merge overlapping stones. So at times, when you have that real thin script font, you can beef it up a little bit by adding a contour to it and making it a little thicker. Because now that still looks better than the first one that we did, right?
Mhm.
I think it does. Got a few little areas here that need to be fixed, but not like that first one. That first one.
Tanya, Ray, this is your Dana. What Tanya is speaking of is in Silhouette, it's very difficult to find fonts that work.
Yeah.
In Design Wizard, it's a whole lot easier to find and manipulate the script, the letters, or even though the same letters or the same fonts that's in Silhouette, it's you can manipulate them better in the design with the Design Wizard.
Mhm.
It's a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here you. I wouldn't know. I'm sorry. I wouldn't know because I played around with those softwares and I was like, Design Wizard, just Design Wizard. When I first got started, you know, there's a lot of tutorials out there on how to create a rhinestone template in Design Wizard. I mean, Design Space. And I was like, wow, that's a lot.
Design space, that's Cricut.
Yeah, Cricut, yeah.
You can't create a you
Yeah,
you
no,
you can, but I highly would not recommend people to use Cricut Design Space to create a rhinestone template.
no, I mean I didn't mean template. I mean
Oh, you,
like you can upload those fonts in there. You can upload the rhinestone fonts in there and then resize the circles to make it work.
okay. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never done anything in Design Wizard except for playing around with the text and the rhinestones. I keep saying Design Wizard, Design Space.
Design space.
All right, I just want to see how this one looks again, so we can see them side by side. Island field, clear the path, merge overlapping stones. But as I was throughout the years trying to rhinestone up script font, and that one doesn't look too bad either. Well, let's see here. Rhinestone up script font. The thicker you can make the font, the easier it will be, and the stones will fall in a lot nicer.
Yeah, I use that. I use that. And again, like you said, that's not a beginner class right there. But yeah, I do use that feature sometimes for, like you said, thin fonts, but then sometimes too when I want to create, sometimes in Silhouette, you know, when you have the thicker font, and you try to use either what TRW calls hatch fill, Silhouette calls it the linear fill, but it's the radial fill, whichever one you're trying to use. Sometimes you get the stone, you don't want a double row of stones, you just want a single line of stones, right?
Ooh.
And so I tried to show that in the tutorial that I did earlier this week with folk, was sometimes you can take those same texts and what you call creating a contour, we call it creating an offset, and
Right.
using the offset feature to create an internal offset of the design to make it thinner, so that when you go and you turn the rhinestone panel on, it then gives you that single line, because the lines are now thinner than they were before, so that you can so yeah, it's like I said, there's a lot of tips and tricks and things, sometimes hacks that you have to do even within the software to get what you want out of it.
Check this out. You're gonna like this. All right. So so this one came out double row. That one came out double row. Let's say we wanted single row using this same text. Right here, I was playing around with this. This is how I figured this out. When you're playing around with this, let's change it. So if 0.075 places the stones directly on the edge, let's try a 0.1. Let's click here. Let's do island fill, clear the paths, merge overlapping stones. It's still trying to double them up, right? Yep, it's still trying to double them up. So let's try 0.15. Let me go back right here. So look, you see how they're not right on the edge anymore compared to, come on, this one, how they're on the edge, and then down here they come in some. Come on. All right. See how they come in some?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go, let's try 0.13. If 1.3 don't work, we're going to try 0.15. So right here, let's try 0.13. Try that one. So we're just moving the stones closer, further away from the edge, which in turn should make them one row. There we go.
So the same thing, just they just call it something different in each of the softwares. Yeah.
Yeah. Silhouette calls it an offset, and Design Wizard calls it a contour.
But right, so now, like I said, now you've got a single row. So when you move that background from behind that, you can actually read that probably says manipulation in stones. You go in and you make the cleanup and you move some stones out of the way, and boom.
Yep. Looks good.
Like I said, it's gonna need some cleanup, but I mean, I'd much rather work with that and move stones than, if a customer came and they said, well, this is the font that I want, right?
Yeah.
Can I work with what they gave me? Or if this was the font that I chose, I want to use this font. How can I make this font work? So yeah.
I love it. I love it. And it's some things you just have to, as you're going along, there might not even be a tutorial out there for it or anything. You just have to think outside the box. Like, how can I make these 2 rows and make them 1 row? You want to push them closer off of the edge. And the way to do that is by playing around with your contour spacing here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Trust and believe me, y'all. Look, let me show y'all. When I say take the basics that I'm showing y'all, right? And get in there and play around. Don't be scared. You're gonna learn stuff and you're gonna come back and you're gonna teach me stuff, right? So right here on the fill line spacing, most of y'all probably have it on 0.14. Let's go hatch fill. We're gonna clear the paths and merge overlapping stones. That's with it at 0.14 for years. kept it at 0.14. That's what Matt Vassallo said was the default, and I kept it that way. Why did I one day notice, what is this little A? What's this A right here for? We're going to click on that. That's automatic. Now we're going to hatch fill it. We're going to clear the paths, merge overlapping stones. All I did, y'all, was change the fill line spacing from 0.14 to automatic. And look at the difference. Let me change the color real quick. Subtle differences, but different nonetheless. As you can see, they got four rows right here, and the A shifted. The A still shifted down here. Look. There's more coverage on the eye here. They put 2 stones right here on the end. Check this out though. Especially if using the text to create rhinestones, and you don't plan on using any vinyl, you don't plan on doing sublimation, it's just going to be stones on the shirt. Change the contour spacing. 0.075 will put them right on the edge. Well, let's go 0.03. Let's go hatch fill. Clear the paths. Merge overlapping stones. I know y'all gonna say, well, hot diggity dog. Look at that. Especially if we're not gonna use the black anyway.
And that's what you can't do in Silhouette.
So now it's perfect if you ask me. I might curve the top of the A and then add the curve to the end, but that is perfect. Uh-oh. And all I did was, instead of putting it at 0.075 to where it's inside, I made it 0.03 to where it overlaps the edge.
Right. If you were going to go in and curve that A and that N, can you show us really quick on how you would do that?
You're going to like this.
Okay.
You're going to like it because it's real simple. Watch this. I'm going to drag this one. I'm going to nestle it right there. What's the term? Cookie comb?
Honeycomb.
Honeycomb. I'm going to set that one right there. I know it may look like, okay, it's not evenly spaced. I'm going to hold control, drag this one right over here, and honeycomb it on the other side. Boom. And I would just grab these 4 and add a stone. Add a stone, maybe another one, and shift and clear the path. And it gives it that curvature at the top. That's me personally, because the old me would have been like, man, I'm going to delete this one. Boom. I'm going to delete this one. Boom. And then start from right here and then curve this line all the way around. I do both. Just depends on how I'm feeling, because they both look the same to me. But to each his own. That's where
you know what?
I think the way you're doing it now, though, takes a little bit more time, I guess, because when I was working on that ammo, I was literally, oh God, I was literally delete, put one here, put one there.
Right.
Like, but you know, I'm sorry, Tay.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I like what Ray did first, right?
Yeah.
If not remove those stones where your cursor is right now, because see, now you created a gap.
Yeah.
Between that outer stone and that other one, whereas before your gap would have been on the top and it would have been less noticeable.
Yeah. So I used to do it like this at first, because the cynical person in me, man, trust me, I used to click all of these stones all the way around, all the way down to here, and I equal spaced every line of every design. The more designs I started doing, I'm like, man, I got to do this faster. So that's where my shortcuts came into play. And I'm like, I would rather do it like this. Here you go. Boom, boom. shift and clear the path. Uh-oh. If shift and clear the path don't work because you've edited it, then just deselect it, click on the line, and just delete it by itself. Yeah, so that looks cleaner, and it just took me over time to realize, okay, that's as good as it get right there. You know what I'm saying? Even though these three stones are close and these three stones are close, it shouldn't mess up the when you go to weed it, you know, that part should just weed right out. I come into the problem where you got too many stones too close and it's just a cluster, then it's going to rip your flock. But one or two close ones like that, you won't even realize it.
Ray, got a quick question.
Talk
It's
to
a
me.
simple question, but I forgot. How do you remove the black background? I forgot.
Oh, I just,
Select and delete, or
yeah,
I
yeah.
forgot.
Or just edit and nudge it over. I used to delete everything. Once I got down to the end, I would delete everything. And then what happens is the customer's going to call you back like, oh, I love that shirt so much. Could you do me another one? Or could you do it this time in glitter?
Now you don't have the thing anymore. You gotta, yeah.
Yeah, now you don't have the pieces to the puzzle no more. You may have to go and restart the design from scratch because you deleted too much. You get what I'm saying? I used to delete everything. Now I no longer delete anything unless it was just okay. Yeah, this isn't even part of their design. I was just playing around. I delete that stuff. But like if I was working my way up to something and I got all of this on the screen, you know what I would do? I would just click here and I'm gonna change the size of my workspace to 100 by 100. Now make the workspace so much more bigger. So what I would do now is take my main part of the design, grab it, move it up to the top, separate it from everything else, and just keep everything else down there as notes and stuff or stuff that I can go back and grab in case they call me back for a future order.
Okay, when you do that though, question is when you go to cut, how, because what is it? Bottom left corner.
Yeah.
So how do you not get the rest, even though you made your space 100 by 100, how do you get the rest of the stuff from not to cut and you just want that left corner?
Okay. So what I do a lot of times is this is my design. It's ready, it's already designed, and it's great to save it right here, right? Sometimes, okay, so down here, remember we got we got pages down here. Page one, page two, boop, 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 boop. If I highlight this and I go to my template, so now the templates tab is going to break your rhinestones up separate from your vinyl. It's going to mirror your vinyl and it's going to leave your rhinestones unmirrored the way they're supposed to be. So I'm a vinyl overcut stone 2+ cut, but I'm gonna right click it so that it mirrors what it's supposed to and doesn't mirror what it's not supposed to. Watch what happens at the bottom down here. Now we have a whole nother page. This another page, as you can see, if we zoom out, the only thing that's on that page is that. Well, and this stuff down here that was off to the side. But if we delete this stuff, it doesn't delete. Oh, it did. Okay. All right, wait a minute. Let me see here. Make sure that it is inside of the workspace. Okay, so when it does the vinyl overcut and stone 2+ cut. There's no workspace. As you can see, the workspace is gone now. It's just free space. Let's go back to page 1. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, so page 1, that's when I first got started, and then I showed y'all page 2. Okay, let's delete page 1. We don't need page 1. I was like, hold on, where that yellow box come from? Okay. So it did delete it from here. Wow. Was it because I didn't save? But then it's still here though. So
I think it may have came from some of these new updates.
yeah, I'm a Control G, all of that together, then Control C and copy it. I'm gonna come to page 1 and I'm gonna just paste it back where it goes. Boom, there it is. But over here on this page, after it makes, oh, there it is. I was about to say, where it go? So as you can see, it breaks it all up into all of the different colors. If we were doing rhinestones and we was not sublimating, we don't need none of this stuff right here. These inside parts, like this part right here, we know stones are going right there. We don't need that. This right here, if we're cutting vinyl though, let me go back. If we're cutting, see the best way to explain this, because this can be confusing to people. They don't quite understand yet. So rhinestones can be placed on top of flock vinyl, not regular vinyl, but flock vinyl, glitter vinyl. I think even brick. I think it sticks on top of brick as well. So this purple right here, you may want to cut that out in purple flock, which means you'll need this part right here. That's the purple. I think that, yep, that's the purple. And then if you wanted to cut out the aquamarine flock, you'll need the part right here. You wanted to cut out the gray flock, but I would cut out this right here in black vinyl, black regular easy weave vinyl, because that's going to be your outline to where you see where to put your stones in at. Over
Oh, you
here,
just said something. I'm sorry. You just said something to me. You know, I told you I had the issue about sublimating, right? I don't sublimate.
okay,
But you just mentioned about flock vinyl, right?
yes,
And because that is a fabricy, velvety type material, it does seem as though the stones would stick to that.
yes,
So for designs that I wanted to do possibly that were maybe had a black background, but I wanted to put the stones on top, I could use flock
yes, yes, yes.
as my underlay rather than like DTF or, potentially vinyl where they might, come off. So thank you.
Correct. That's correct.
When I forgot all about flock.
Flock
Vinyl.
work. I was using flock before I got hip to sublimation. It does add that thickness to the garment, but if
Yeah.
you're putting it on top of sweatshirts or jackets or hoodies, you can't even tell.
Mm-hmm.
I like how it breaks up my stone colors here. But you know me, I like to save space. So when I cut it out, I'll probably move this here and move this here. Make sure it's less than 11.5, which it is. 9.691. And actually, man, I'll grab all of this. If any one of y'all have gotten some of my designs, they may look like this to where people be like, man, it don't fit. And I'm like, yes, it does. I just saved you on flock by condensing it all together so you can cut it all out at once. And then you have to remember to cut this circle off and place it where it goes. And cut this little piece off right here and place it where it goes. And then, of course, Indian, because it's up top instead of down below. But I do it like this because it's so much easier than trying to cut out the whole template so that it matches, especially when you get into doing sublimation. You gone? All right, brother. Especially when you get into doing sublimation where the polyester or the fabric sometimes may shrink up under the 400 degrees for 60 seconds, or just the material in its nature may shrink. Trust and believe, cutting it out like this, and then cutting the Indian part off and placing the Indian part right over the Indian, then placing the feathers right over the feather is a lot easier than trying to place the feathers and the Indian together one big whole sheet of tape. When you separate it, it's going to become a lot easier to make sure that it registers in there just perfect. Even if you have to lift the tape up a little bit and tug up the shirt a little bit to make sure that it lines up right, and then press that tape down so that it holds, and then do the other side. When you're doing vinyl and rhinestones, vinyl doesn't tend to shrink like that unless you overheated it, you know. Woo! We're going in today, y'all. We're going in. We're going in.
I still got you. I still got you beat, Ray.
Huh?
I still got you beat. We were on 5 hours.
Hey, I'm not doing 5 hours. Like I commend you. I commend you. I'm sitting over here like, hold on, I need a water break right now or something. Like, give me a second.
We had a good time though. We had a good time, and I think people really appreciated, because like I said, it's not as intuitive as what people seem to think it is, and it's not as easy as just clicking a button,
right?
To create these templates. And it's so good to see people actually, sitting here seeing for themselves, like, wow, now I can understand why, Ray says his templates cost $65 or up or whatever, because of the amount of time and the knowledge, of course, that you have to have in order to even make it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that you gotta, that's not something that you actually get for free, and I wish that, more people would understand the plight of a crafter,
Man.
all of the money that we have to put into our software and our equipment and the materials and our time and all of that, and then they want you to turn around something on a dime for $20.
Yeah. Well, I was about to say just the stones alone. Well, with the whole bulk stone group, uh it's a lot cheaper to buy them in bulk, even though it takes a little longer, and it takes that trust of, that's why I like what you're doing. It alleviates the trust of us not knowing if we're buying from a reputable seller or not,
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, you take the one opportunity, you buy stones or whatever, you go, okay, I know where I can go and get, I don't have to ever worry, as long as she doesn't change her vendor or what have you, I know I'm going to get quality. And really what happens too is that you then build a relationship with the supplier, right? Because now the supplier knows that you bringing them business, and if they don't do stuff the way you want them to have it done, they're going to want to keep you happy.
Right.
It definitely can be a win-win for everybody.
All right. I want to show y'all a lot of people who are using Design Space or Silhouette Studio, how after using this software, how you can save it so that you can import it into your Silhouette or your Design Space, and then you can cut it out. Let me jump back into that part. So yeah, with my software that I have, we create this, and from here I can just grab this part right here, and I know that's my black. I copy it into my cutting software, which is Cricut, and then I just paste it in here. I make sure that it's turned correctly. So up here, it says 1191 by 10.5. I know this way is the width of my cutter. As you can see, that's the width. And then this is the length. So I'm going to grab it and I'm going to turn it right here. Boom. So that's how I do it in my software. I like it because all I do is grab the cut lines, place it in here, go to cut, and then I hit cut and my cutter will start cutting. When you're doing it with Silhouette. Now, a lot of people have told me like that you can grab this right here, this outline, export it. We're gonna export it as Indian SVG. I'm gonna export it as an SVG. I'm gonna go ahead and just drop this in my downloads for right now. Let's open up Cricut. I do got Silhouette Studio right here. Probably opened it up once and since I had it. Let's go. Yeah. I rarely open these up. I don't even be knowing where they at on the screen. There we go, Cricut. Yeah, been a while since I used this, so it's gonna download the update. Bear with me. Downloading the update. They're pretty into though with their updates. So seems like it's one every week and a half or so.
I just got an email from Jennifer Maker, and she says right now there's some kind of thing going on with Cricut Design Space, and it's resizing SVG designs. I think she said that are possibly like over 12 inches. And it's creating some difficulty when you go to print or whatever you're going to do with it. But it's whether or not that's going to be a permanent fix, or whether or not it's I mean not a fix, but a permanent thing, or whether or not it's just like a glitch.
Right.
So like if again, you might want to test like some of your you might want to test some of your stuff when you in this import, especially for your sublimated pieces that people would probably need to print out.
Yeah.
And you might have to tell them what the measurements are of the sublimated part of the design so that they can try to resize it. Because if they just bring it in thinking that it's gonna it may not.
Yeah. Yeah. Since the beginning of using it, I think Design Space always resize my SVGs. And resize it by like decimal. Let's see, we about to see right here because it always do it. I always got to make sure that I change back to it is.
But I've had it. I know that there are some designers that can do it, and they don't give you the measurements. And when those designs come in, they come in exactly like they're supposed to. I don't know what it is they're doing.
Yeah.
Get it to do that, but yeah. But anyway, like I said, I just know that I trust Jennifer Maker. She probably knows for certain, if Cricut is having some kind of issues, and so she put it out in an email to her advanced group people today. So.
Okay. Oh, come on. All right, let's try closing this one down. All right. Oh. Low system resources may affect your audio quality. Try closing some applications to improve performance. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, you got a lot of resources going right now.
I do, and it's 13 years old. I wasn't giving up on it until it died. I just redid my computer at home. I'm not redoing this office computer until it dies. Hold on, where was I at? Let me see. Well, browse. Desktop. Indian. Oh, it wasn't desktop, it was downloads. My apologies. There we go. And open. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Wow. Upload. Here we go. Here go the moment of truth.
Yeah, we know it ain't 2.83. What? That's Green Bay Packers. Did you have that on the screen before?
Probably. Yep, there it is. Wow. 2.827 by 3209.
No.
Wow.
But
10.558 by 11.98. So I'll change it right here. Remember to deselect the lock.
Actually, if you leave the lock and just change the width, it should automatically change the height to the same proportion.
Let's see.
It might, the one number on the end might be off, but that doesn't matter.
10.558. Let's try it. 11.98. 11.98. I'll probably still take off the 3 here. What was it? That was right, wasn't it? 10.558 by 11.98. Yep. Boom.
Lock it back.
Oh, yeah. Boom. And then we'll hit it. And that's ready to go. And then for the next, oh, okay, so that's me doing it after I did my cuts already here in Coreldraw. But when I'm saving it for use on Etsy, I do it like this. I'm going to copy it. I'm gonna group it first. I'm gonna group and then copy. Grouping it all together and then copying that group is a lot faster than trying to copy it all at once. Because then it's gonna try to copy each little piece and it's gonna take twice as long. Group it first, copy it all. You gotta paste it somewhere, paste it, and then group it. Trust me, it's 10 times faster. We're gonna paste it. I just opened up a new document because remember I had all of that stuff on the other document. Boom. We're gonna change this. I like to make it bigger because I like to have room for my guide and for all of my separate pieces. So I'll probably keep this. Let's ungroup it. Ungroup all objects. Remember, it's also located down here in the TRW too, right here. Ungroup everything selected and all group. And then we also have a ungroup everything selected, but I use this one right here on the right because it encompasses one as well. It's almost like an overkill, but hey. So I'll make this black right here too, so that it stays together. That'll be like their main outline that they put on the shirt if they were using sublimation, vinyl, or DTF. This black right here, I want all that together. Oh, I didn't make the other. I gotta change this black. It looked black, but it's text black. All right, now select all the black. They were different blacks. Make this black too. Select all the black. It better get it all now. There you go. So what you see is what you get. What you see is what you don't get. But those were 2 different blacks. That's crazy. Select all the same black. And right here, instead of nudging it over, I hover right over here over the middle. I hold down Control. and I just drag it over and I make a copy. Boom. Uh-oh. I got this little piece right here. Oh, that's because it's blue. I'm gonna select that little piece of blue. I changed it to black. Yeah, I know what else I'm about to do now. I'm just about to go ahead and weld all the black. Now it's all together. I'm gonna drag it over, make a copy. That's my outline. And I would have named it in my older files, I named it vinyl outline. That's what I did. And then I would grab all of this, drag that over, and then I named it Feathers Part 1. And then I grabbed all of this over and I moved that over and I named it Feathers Part 2. Right? Right? Let's delete all of that. That's the old way. I still wanted to show y'all. I'm going to grab all of my stones. I'm going to nudge them over, edit, nudge them over. Because all we need, and actually I'm going to go ahead and fill this in just in case somebody wanted color up under there. It's going to be color up under there. Now, I probably did 100, 200 designs, y'all, before I realized that if I save it just like this, right? And I export it, right, as an entire vinyl group all together and export it all as a SVG, one whole group. I don't think Cricut like this at first. I don't think Design Space was like this at first, or maybe I just didn't catch on.
No, you're right. They just did an update that allowed you to be able to separate it'll separate the layers in the panel, but it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that before.
Okay, because man, man, some of my first designs, especially if it was a detailed design, you got 15, 20 pieces, you know. But now it still might be 15, 20 pieces, but I don't have to separate it as 15, 20 pieces. I can just grab the whole vinyl group, save the vinyl group. There it is, bing bong. I was like, oh yeah, that's a game changer right here. Upload. When it uploads right here, you still want to make sure that it's the right size. It might come out, nope, 7 point. Help me out. Help me out. Help me out. 10,558 by 15,932. 10,558 by 15,932. There it is. We hit make it. No, I want to say it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, then Lisa Alfaro, she was like, Ray, did you know that you can move these around, right? And that you could take and put whatever color is going to be right here for that piece, place that color on your mat between 4 and 7. Make sure this is between 4 and 7. Place your next color between 7 and 10, I guess.
11 or 7. No, it's between 7 and 11.
Yep. Then this one right here, you want to place it right there where you're going to place your vinyl at. Make sure your vinyl is placed between 1 and 4, or 1 and what, 3? Yep, 1 and 3 and 1 and 4.
Make sure you mirror.
Yep, make sure you mirror. Yep, you're right. Boom. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, because we just grabbed the. See, I'm so used to doing everything over here where it automatically mirrors for you before you grab it and send it to your cutter. But doing it like this, it's right reading, and then we got to take it to Cricut and then mirror it. I would have forgot that step. it would have cut out. I would have been looking at the vinyl like,
I done wasted my vinyl.
I don't, not only my vinyl, but my time.
Yep.
Hey, but I love it though, because you would not understand. Sometimes we wouldn't even understand what we're doing if we don't make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Like the mistakes help us to correct it to the point to where it may happen long down in the future because you're rushing or because somebody got your attention or whatever. You hit the button and then you went off and did something else, but it will prevent you from doing it over and over and over again. Because I did it over and over and over again. I was one of those people in my learning stages with nobody, with no help for nobody, and I'm on YouTube like, oh my God, I just ran through all of this Rhinestone Flock, $75. But hey, I was determined. I was so determined to say, I'm gonna just buy another flock and start over, you know. But yes, yes, yes. Uh-huh. Can't minimize it. There we go. Oh man, it becomes a lot more to work with when there's got a lot of people on here. Hold on. Let me jump back in. All right, there we go. So let me save this. Oh, this was my copy, right? Yeah, okay. I don't need to save this. Chance. Okay. So when it comes to the sublimation part, this is where I grab this, Control G, Control C, and I open up another. Because the reason why I open up another is when you go to print, especially if you're printing from Coreldraw and you got 2 and 3 pages down here, it's going to try to print every page, and you don't want it to do that. You can go in there and hit print only this page, but I never remember to do that. And the page be halfway coming out the printer before it even dawned on me like, oh, it's printing Rhinestone Designs on my sublimation paper. Like, you know what I mean? So I got into a habit of just opening up a fresh blank document and printing it directly from here. So if you highlight everything, Control G, group it together. If you just press P, it'll press it right in the center of the page. And now it is ready to print. I wouldn't print in this colorway, but y'all get what I'm saying? It's ready to print. You don't even have to ungroup it. You can just highlight it, file, go to print. Of course, I got mine set up for 13 by 19. Let me get it off the Epson 15,000. Put it on the 7720. All ready to go because I have my preferences set up in here. That's a whole different tutorial, but it's pretty much setting up your paper source from your rear paper feed slot. I'm using Super 8 paper, which is 13 by 19 inch in portrait orientation, premium presentation paper mat. The quality, I got it on high, color, and then I went in here into my let me move this up. Move this out the way. Okay, so the other things are on the next page. So we come up here to more options. That's where you would want to make sure you mirror your image. Deselect high speed. You don't need to rotate it. And then right here in the advanced, I clicked in here. And I only set this up one time, y'all. And I left it like this, and it's been like this for years. I followed a YouTube video, and they were like, if you want color, vivid, brightness, or whatever, and I set it up like this. And as y'all can see, my stuff comes out bright, vibrant, it be colorful. So color controls, Adobe RGB for the color mode. The gamma is 2.2. And I just put all of these to 3 and I hit OK. Maintenance. Oh yeah, that's something else. So we're ready to go. So I hit OK right here. And then I don't know why, I just like to hit apply. I like to print preview it at times just so I can see it on the paper. And there it is. I'll go right here, file, and I'll hit print, and my computer will turn on and ask me for the sheet of paper. So that's ready. After I print that out and sub it in onto the shirt, then I'll cut out my rhinestone template here. And of course, as you can see, I condensed it all into one cut versus 1, 2, 3 instead of 4 cuts. I condensed it into 1 cut. I know where I'm gonna put the stuff at. I get it. I see it now that it may be confusing when somebody is downloading a rhinestone template and they're like, Ray, the template don't match. And I'm like, yes, it does. You gotta cut it. And I think I'd be so sarcastic at times. Be like, you gotta cut it. But I be wanting people to see it. Like it's right there. Like they go
But
to
Ray,
Indy.
you know what you could do? You know what you could do? You
Take
could
15 more minutes and do a more comprehensive guide.
no, nope, 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 nope. What you can do is you can put a box around the weed box around each of those things so that when the cutter goes to cut it, it will cut each of those as individual squares. And so that way they know that they've got to, it's each one is a separate piece.
I like that idea. I do. But then when you go to weed it, you're gonna break it all apart again. Like I mean,
But you're going to have to pull it off for the flock anyway. That's your rhinestone part. So you got to pull that piece off to create your template anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it off as one whole piece though.
Okay, when you gonna come back?
No. Trust it. I hear what you're saying. Like, you know what I mean?
Because I mean, you're gonna mount, right? You're gonna mount it on a piece of plastic or a piece of cardboard or whatever you mount your template to,
Yeah.
right? Well, now when you do that, right, you can have that. You still have reduced flock, right?
Yeah.
To some extent, but now you have your individual piece. You put that on your plastic mat or wherever it is. You can lay the other one. You can lay it just out like that. But now they understand that this is the one that you're gonna stone. You're not gonna stone the whole thing with one set of stones.
Right.
It's a layer.
Layer. Yeah. I love it. I love all the different processes, Tanya, and there's no right or wrong method. You hear me?
But when you do, I always try to think about, the more experienced person is gonna know, right? When they get it and they know exactly what it is they're doing. But when you're working with the person who's never done this before, right? Yeah. You gotta simplify it back down to their terms. And at least that way, if you do it that way, then it's already set up, it's ready to go. If they email you, you just say, hey, they're each a separate layer. Just the machine is gonna cut that out for you as a separate thing, so that you don't then go to take your stones, put them all on a thing, brush it in, and then it don't fit. I mean, yeah.
I used to do them like this, Tanya. Look. So I'm hearing and I'm taking heed of everything you're saying. Check out how I used to do it.
Yeah, because your Indian is at the top where your Indian is at the bottom, right? So when they go to print their sublimated piece, they're gonna be like, well, like you said, that don't fit. It don't go where it's supposed to go.
Right. I used to do it like this, and this was even more confusing. So that's why I fixed it. And I'm gonna take what you're saying into consideration. But check this out how what they used to come out like. Templates, vinyl overcut, stone 2+ cut. This is when I used to try to do it all at once, right? All in one piece. then it was a nightmare. Like, well, not necessarily a nightmare, but you know, this circle right here, I wanted that to be a different color, you know? And what else? So this circle right here definitely would have had to be moved. So I would grab this circle right here and I would move it down here. Boom. I would grab these three pieces right here, if those were to be another color, and I would move that down here just to have it separated to make it easier to brush in.
Well, technically,
then,
I guess if it were me, I would have left those right there where they were because they could tape that piece off. They could tape that piece off and then remove the piece of tape, and then at least those would, at least they wouldn't, those would be lined up where they were supposed to be on the template.
Yeah.
But that circle piece, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, you could tape it off as well, or you know, the more experienced person might go in and stone the circle first and the other stones, and then come back and then brush in the remainder of the other ones. You know, like I said, it just depends. It depends on your level of experience, you know, with rhinestone templates.
Yeah.
But you know, typically the rule of thumb, I guess, is again, everything that's a different color should be its own separate layer.
Should be its own separate layer. So that's why I started to break them up the way I did. But now I'm starting to see like where people who are just getting started and they're like, okay, I'm gonna pick up this whole piece, and then they go to lay it down and they're like, oh, nothing matches up, and then they, you know, they have a panic attack like, oh yeah, this isn't working, this is not right. I've gotten that more than a few times where people in my inbox, Ray, the rhinestone template didn't match up. And I'm like, ma'am, grab a pair of scissors and cut that part off right there and message me back and let me know if it line up. And they'll be like, oh my God, it does line up. And I've just always done it like that, like to help people to see like all of my designs are not going to be straightforward, but after you get a few of them, then you'll see like, oh, I see how he did it. This Indian part is separate, and the circle part is separate, and then the little feathers, like I would have probably separated these two into totally separate colors. So this would have been yellow, and then I would have did the blue part as well. So it would have been, all of this would have been rhinestone. And then I would have definitely had to separate it into two separate templates that you would have had to cut. Two templates versus just one. Get what I'm saying? Like right here is already one template, and it's not even incorporating that other color. If I would have did the blue would have had to go on a whole nother sheet, or we would have had to make this one sheet 20 inches long, maybe 9.699 by 20 inches long to fit that other color in there. I've always, throughout the years, I've just been trying to make it easier, but also been trying to save people flock, because I was using a lot of flock in those first designs, cutting out 3 and 4 templates for each color. Each color I separated and cut off that section and then cut off that section. I'm trying to fit everything onto an 11.5 sheet of rhinestone flock and cut it all out at once, so I'm not making 3-4 cuts. You get what I'm saying? Trying to fit it all in and make it all work. It's just like when you're cutting out vinyl. If you had 9 different pieces of yellow and they didn't quite fit on your 11.5 inch by 12-inch sheet of vinyl, you're going to grab this piece here, you're going to puzzle it in there, and then you're going to cut off the pieces and you're going to puzzle it back in.
I just say again, the weed box just makes it simple. It simplifies it for your customer because it's already cut for them. They don't have to go back and then cut it with a scissor, because when it cuts, they're gonna be like, well, why did this cut? And then when they get ready to put it together, they'll be like, oh, yeah, that's why it cut like that, and it made it a box, because they may not intuitively think that this piece doesn't go with that, and they go to brush the stones in and they go and, you know, so that's why I use the weed box. I also sometimes too slice the holes. I slice, well, I call it slice because I started with Cricut Design Space, but you know, I will create that weed box and contour those holes out of that piece of square that template, so that when they go to pull it off, it's the holes cut out of the. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just they see it. They see that that is the template. That is the piece that you. This is this piece, and then this is that piece, and then that's this piece.
I have to remember that and take all of that into consideration because I don't even use weed boxes when I'm cutting stuff out for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I cut out that whole sheet. I cut out the whole sheet because when I first got started, I'm trying to tell you, I was cutting out this color. Boom. I would slice it off. Boom. I would weed it, put it on the board, and then I would get my rhinestone flock set back up. Now I got to cut out the red color. I would line it back out and cut out the red color. So now I got on this one board, I got my yellow over here, my red over here, my green over here. And I was like, man, that's a lot. I started condensing it all, and I was like, I'm going to pour yellow over here, brush these yellow stones off right here, brush them into the bucket, put my red stones right here, brush them into the bucket, put my black stones right here, and with one big piece of tape, I'm picking it all up, boom, at one time. You know what I'm saying? So it works for me, but you're right. From a beginner standpoint, I need to take it back to how I did it. But then I'm like, I was wasting so much flock and it was taking more time because I was cutting out 3 and 4 templates. You get what I'm saying?
But you're not wasting any flock because you're still going to put all of that the way you had it on that one piece. You're just going to create the weed box so that when the machine cuts it, it cuts the square out of that piece of flock that you created as one piece.
Yeah.
So
no,
you haven't, you're not wasting any flock.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not waiting. Now the other way you could tend to waste more flock because what'll happen is somebody will put that piece on a piece of flock. If their flock only comes in a sheet, they'll put it on there, it'll cut it out, and then they'll pull the whole thing off, and they got all this excess flock on the bottom that they didn't need to waste.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm like you, I think about that all the time. I'm like, you know, especially for designs that sometimes I might create and they're 9 layers deep, you know, I mean, that's a lot of flock. That's a lot of flock, you know. And so, you know, thinking of, like you said, again, of ways to minimize that so that, you know, it doesn't become so labor intensive and so forth and so on. But, you know, like I say, the little things that you learn along the way.
I'm still in training, love. You on your way? Or you on your break? I'm still in training, baby. All right. Love you too. You like this one?
Ooh.
Hold on. View speaker. Like this one right here. Oh no, that's one. Should have been. Can y'all see this?
Yes. Hey Ray, is that foam board that you stick that to?
I use corrugated. I use corrugated. Yeah, corrugated board.
Interesting. Okay.
And I used to get them from Michael's for like $4.99, $5.99, and I think you get like 2 boards in the pack, or maybe 1. I don't know. I haven't had to do it in a long time because the guy, my business partner with the sign shop, he orders big sheets of this, and then he just cuts it down for me. But this is what I use, and I try to. I'm gonna definitely start formulating it to where it cuts with the weeding boxes because I feel you that's a great idea. But I typically just gang it up on one whole board and brush it all in at once, and pick it all up at the same time, and just get the cutting.
But another good thing you could use, I use, is it's a disposable cutting board.
Yeah. Yeah, like the ones you get at
you get 25 in a pack for like $10. Oh, I just buy them online. I get 25 in the pack for about $9.
How big are they?
12 by 17.
Okay, not bad, not bad.
I'm sorry.
And
Do you
it's
order those
easy.
off of
It's
Amazon?
easy.
Your disposable cutting boards? Is that where you get those from?
Yes.
Because I usually go to Dollar Tree, but you sound like you got a better
Yes.
deal.
Yeah, that is a better deal because the Dollar Tree is, and they're not as wide. The Dollar Tree's versions are only like 11 by 14. And so you get a design that's, 12, almost 12 inches wide. They don't fit.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So 12 by 17, they cut really easy. So I put like 2 designs on each side.
Yeah.
Oh, good idea.
And
Thank you
so
for
even
sharing.
when I don't have to, so I don't have to keep lifting the flock and messing it up. I can just lay it right inside my board or wherever and just use it. And I put it back in a little file selection thing. I keep all my things in.
That train is pretty. What does that say? Collinwood or?
Yeah, that train was detailed.
Yeah, this was my high school. And when I first started, my mentor gave me this picture in vinyl. So actually I don't know if he's in our group, Emmanuel from
Popo.
Yeah.
Yes. So I sent him the picture and he cut it for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's beautiful.
So, and then this was my other high school. So he cut the pictures for me. Yeah, I sent him the design and I cut it because I was just trying to find a different niche for myself as opposed to everybody's doing vinyl and sublimation. So I went with the bling thing. So
for sure.
Just trying to do something different. Yeah. So it's easier. And and then they store really well.
Yeah. Are they sturdier than the Dollar Tree mats? Because they tend to bow, like, if you don't keep them laid flat, they tend to bow at the edges, so that you have to.
No, these don't do any of that.
Oh, well, then I'm gonna have to go get me some of those because, like I said, I mean, I like the Dollar Tree mat in a pinch, but if they don't lay flat, then you're
gotta tape them down
to get them to lay flat when you go to brush.
Yeah, because it was leaning on the one file I was trying to keep it, but it just pops right back into. No, they're pretty sturdy.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're only like about $9-10 for 25. So, and you can use front and back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Front and back. So
I'll do it.
I felt like it was easier and just keep pulling it up, and then those little holes after a while get the tearing. So, I like that.
Oh, Pac-Man.
Front and back. Yep.
Pac-Man. Yeah, see, it's easier to keep.
Yeah. You should drop that. You should find that link, Valerie, and drop it in the group. I mean, drop it in the chat.
Okay, let me look for it.
Oh, for the boards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
See, these are the tips and tricks these are the tips that people don't get when they don't participate in these types of trainings. Right? I'm gonna post all of that in the group now, right? This is for you. Spend your time with me, you get some information you might not get otherwise.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
And I hear you now. Now that I'm working full time, I get to reschedule and replan how I want to do things versus just waking up every morning in the, oh my God, I got to get this done. I got to make sure this is done. Got to make sure that is done. Like I'm a different type of relax now.
That's good to hear, Ray. Yeah. That's good to hear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ray.
Yeah. What?
I said we all your cousins. We cousins. We family. You can't be.
I know,
we
right?
all here. Group.
Ray, somebody wanted to know what was the name of the board you held up. They wanted to know the name of it.
Oh, it's corrugated. It's just a corrugated
cardboard
corrugated board.
I think I was in Michael's the other day and I saw that in the back section, like where they keep all of the kids kind of craft stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
And as I saw it, I was like, oh, this looked like something Ray used, but I saw it and I was like, oh, that's kind of expensive though. Like, 2 pieces, $5. I mean,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
it starts to add up if you make a lot of templates.
yeah. But they big though. They like 18 by 24. Like, you know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
I'm able to get multiple. I keep them all. I kept going back getting the same size. So I got what? I got 1, 2, 3, space for another design, 4. Then on the back, like I cut big designs. So
Yeah.
those boards that y'all getting, they wouldn't do me
Wouldn't work for
no
you.
good. Like, you know what I mean? I need big boards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was getting the ones from Michael's, but now I get bigger boards because the guy buys the whole 8-foot sheet and just cuts them down for me. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What'd she say?
She's waiting for Valerie to
Oh,
drop that
Jean.
link in the
Yeah.
chat.
Hey Ray, are
Yes.
you going to make the
Oh,
recording? I did do recorded on my end, but I'm first time doing that. Are you going to make this recording available to us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I'm actually going to post the link back in the Gmail that I sent y'all that has this link to it. So I'm gonna reply to that and put the link there. That way everyone has it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Let me see here.
I have to say, Ray, this was a lot more than what I expected. And, I appreciate you, like I said, taking your time to do this. And, we talked
Yeah, yeah, for
and
sure.
such. And, I do think that, this is I know, like I said, I'm still learning. I gotta stop the fear of like not pulling out my computer that has the Corel on it with the TRW because I'm so comfortable using Silhouette Studio. But every time I get on a training, either with you or like I said, I see the value in this software, and how much more of a time saver it would be versus over what I'm currently doing now.
All right.
So like I said, I thank you for taking your time to just, like I said, break it down into little smaller increments, so that I can then, like I said, go back with the video and be like, oh yeah, Ray said do this,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would say to add on to that, like if we start with text and we start by finding those images, those black and white images, to practice with, or to hone our skills. Once you get into somebody saying, "Oh, could you do me a rhinestone face?" Then you already know, like, okay, I put this in there. If I turn it to a cartoon, it's gonna give me my black and white lines, and then I just follow those lines and have their own type of style. Whether you're using well, I was about to call it. I was about to use silhouette terms, whether you're using a linear fill or what is it called, or a
The
radial.
linear or the radial fill.
Yeah, linear or radial, or whether you're using the hatch fill or the look, I don't forget what it's called already. Or the
Hatch Island.
the island fill. Yeah, my mind is a little blank. Hatch or an island fill. People are gonna have their own style. Like and I see it. Like you got your own style. Like, I got my own style. There was a lady, Cordova. She was one of my first silhouette teachers about a year or two before I met you, Tanya, and she had her own style. So as people learn the software, they're gonna come up with their own styles to where they're like, "Oh, I like it better like this," and that's more so why I love teaching it, because more and more, Popo, what's his name? Popo,
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel Popo, he got his own style,
He does. Mm-hmm.
and Rhinestone Mechanic, he has his own style,
Beat Designer, My File Edition. I mean, when you see their designs out, I mean, as soon as you see it, you know, you can almost look at it and go, oh, I know who did that.
Yeah.
Yep. So
it's going to take roughly about 3 hours for the video to render before I could upload it and send the link out to everyone. I just wanted to thank everyone for taking their time out, hanging out with me here today. Like, I want to thank Tanya for co-teaching. Like, you know what I mean? Got to give her co-teaching credit. She has taken the class a couple of times. Shardana, like, has taken the class a couple of times. Like, and Shardana uses the software a lot. You know, she's always saying, "Hey, Ray, look what I did." And I think she's probably only had 3 courses with me.
what? You ain't shared with me.
I'm sorry. I've been doing that. I've been doing my stuff back here.
Okay, all right. Well, you know how I am.
Let me show. I gotta show you now.
Look, she shares them in the live videos. Like, you know what I mean? So when we go,
Yeah,
when we doing our
this is
one-on-one.
all. This is all Ray.
Oh, you got to make me a Tumblr, Sedano.
This is
I need a
all
Tumblr.
Mm.
That's beautiful.
Hey, listen, Shardana was my challenge because she was like, I want to learn how to do it, but I want to learn how to do it for tumblers. And I was like, Miss Lady, I ain't never did tumblers. Like, and she was like, okay, so can you help me? I was like, sure. And
but you know what? So Dana, I've been, you know, and you probably see it because you're in the different groups as well as, but I've been seeing people asking in some of these rhinestone groups where people are doing the tumblers are asking about these designs that we're creating, like for apparel. They're wanting that stuff for tumblers.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that.
I've seen the questions being asked, and so you know, if you can. Or anybody who's on the call right now, right? If you're using this software to hone your skills and you can start turning some of your designs into stuff that people can then create the template for them to do their tumblers, another stream of passive revenue for you. And like I said, it again, because a lot of people are doing it now on what Procreate is what I'm hearing.
Oh, I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, Procreate is a free program, but you can only use it on your iPad, if I'm not mistaken.
iPad or
And so
nothing about it, yeah.
But if you can learn how to use this Coreldraw or Silhouette or whatever to create these templates to make tumblers.
Yeah, Ray is the one who started me because I wanted to do that first and then take that and then put it on a t-shirt as well. So he's the one who's taught me how to do the TRW because I tried with Matt and I would fall asleep. His voice is just too much. I'm sorry, no disrespect, but I would just fall asleep. I couldn't follow, and it was like romper room because he would, hi Jenny, hi Dee, hi Bobby, Sue, and I'm like, oh my God, through the whole 3 hours, I'm like, oh, can you please get to what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
You know, and then I found Ray, and Ray started me from scratch like we did today. And I told him what I wanted to do, and he said, I've never done tumblers. He said, I do t-shirts and apparel. And I'm like, but I just want to use it on my tumblers first. And he taught me.
Well, again, a whole nother niche market out there, Ray, for you to put that out there for a stream of income to come in for those people who are doing tumblers. And there are a lot of them.
Yeah, I haven't heard about the Procreate at all. Because I'm on TRW and working. So I'm trying to still learn this as much as I can. And I bounce back and forth.
And I think Procreate, it's either, I don't know if it's a monthly fee or a one-time $10 fee. I think it's a one-time $10 fee.
How much is it?
$9.99.
$12.99.
Oh, now it's $12.99? Okay, it used to be just $10.
Oh, no, I don't need all that. I bought this. I'm using what I have.
But I hear it's a lot simple. I hear it's very easy.
I'm like Sardana. I don't want to.
There's a YouTube. I learned from a YouTube.
What, Procreate?
Yes, $12.99.
That's for $12.99. I mean, you know.
No, I have it on my iPad, and there was somebody on. I found her, and she teach how to make those templates in probably like 10 minutes.
Rhinestone templates with Procreate
for a Tumblr.
Yes.
On the
You got like a whole story like I do.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
Oh, well.
And people are buying them all over. They all over. If you go out to Etsy, people are selling Etsy Tumblr, the Procreate
template.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look into it then.
Yeah, they are.
O'Reilly.
I do Tumblrs as well. That's
I can't hear you, Valerie.
I think her
she froze.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna tell
you
y'all
can't
right
hear me?
now.
There you go. But you froze. You're freezing.
Let's see what happened. Oh, I'm here. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, but the so when you do the Procreate, there's a Tumblr template that you purchase on Etsy, like $2 or $3, and then you upload that into your Procreate. I don't even have my iPad here. You upload it into your Procreate, and then
because it has a little square.
When you click on your pencil, you
seen that.
It has circles.
Yeah, I've seen that.
All circles, just like what would be on your your Tumblr. And so and all you're doing is like, so if you're using green, you just hit duplicate at the top, and you're just dot 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 dot, and you're just going through that whole thing with your, and then you just save it.
Yeah.
I would have to see that because I use different size. I use a scatter method. So none of my crystals are the same size. They're all different sizes from a size 2 all the way up to a size 30.
It's great. It's great for patterns. When I seen that video, it was great for patterns.
Yeah, it's great for like patterns, but I do these tumblers.
Oh yeah.
I'm in the process of making one.
Can you hold it close to your camera?
Is that because I can't see?
I can see it. So you're doing the honeycomb. So that's the honeycomb pattern.
Well, I print the vinyl. Yeah, I print the vinyl. I print this image out in Cricut in a permanent vinyl and just put it on here. I make the name and everything. I print out on my little Joy, and then I just put it on here. And then I do the honeycomb, and then just fill in the spaces with the number 2, 3. But the patterns, I make my own patterns in Procreate.
Okay.
So like I would make, let me grab it.
That sounds easier. That sounds a lot easier.
But I was thinking too, so that even if it didn't work for what you do, is that the scatter pattern with your multi?
Yeah, it'll never work for that.
I made in Procreate.
That's beautiful.
Oh yes, it is.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So again,
so I make this pattern in Procreate,
and people are selling them.
So how long does it take you to make yours?
Just the patterns, or when I'm rhinestoning?
When you're
I would say anywhere from 8 to 12 hours.
Yeah,
just depend on how long I'm sitting still.
Right. Okay, so that's about this. It's about the same. Yeah. So I'll look for that.
And I told you this, Sherdana. I'm telling everybody this. Y'all can have that Tumblr stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of work.
Are y'all? But it's just been therapeutic for me, because the past 2 years had just really been rough. I have heart disease. And so when the doctor said I couldn't go back to work, you can't do nothing, you gotta relax, you gotta, and I'm like, do nothing. Well, I gotta find something. So that's when I started doing that, and that just became very therapeutic for me. And so even now, like I'm on a monitor, and you know, they keep up with my heart, so my life alert. So I named my company now Sparkle My Heart, because this is just
I love it. I love it.
what gave me my sparkle back. Is doing this therapeutic bling, anything bling. It just gave me my sparkle back. So I just said, you know, why not do sparkling? So I was just learning everything, and I just happened to be on Instagram. But if I find her video, because I know I have her saved, I could look on YouTube, right? And you know what adds that sparkle back to you.
Right.
So yeah, so that's why it's just, this is the only thing that's been making I can see her YouTube, because I know that I saved her. And when I said I was up late one night and I saw her on Instagram, and she said I could teach. She said I could teach you guys how to, you know, how to make these tumblers. And I was like, what? Huh? And I woke up so quick to look at her, and I said, that's it. And it's so easy. And once you only pay for Procreate on your iPad like one time.
One time. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
wow. For $12.99.
I'm gonna,
like I said,
her.
last year or not too long ago, it was just $10.
One time.
If you're gonna get it now, for it'll be $19.99.
Because I think that's all I paid.
Yeah. And another thing we gotta prepare ourselves for is the with our crystals, because this new tariff that's get ready to come out next year. So if anyone can afford to get their stuff before next year,
that's why I'm doing mine now. Like I said, and if anybody is interested, you know, I think that I have a very good a supplier that has quality glass stones. They're not Korean low leads. If anybody has seen any of my designs in the group or whatever, like I said, Trump is proposing to impose tariffs on places like China, on imported goods. And so what happens is, even though he puts the tariffs on them, we the ones that suffer, because they're going to raise their prices in order to cover the cost of the tariffs. So did you
guys hear that they're gonna also stop hashtags in December?
I didn't hear that part.
I haven't heard that.
When I logged into Instagram, it was a big old pop-up saying hashtags will no longer be available December 16th, 19th or something. I said, wow.
I'm about to look into that, because that means they changed in the face of SEO then.
Yep. That's what I was thinking. Because that's the main reason. That's the main way people find things.
It's through hashtags. You're correct.
Yeah.
Well, they got to be replacing it with something else. We just got to get on the bandwagon. We just got to get the ball rolling.
I just seen it earlier today. Yep.
I'm gonna look into it, because that changes a lot.
A whole lot.
Because you got to go in there and redo it. You got to redo everything. You got to redo your whole SEO without your hashtags. Like, you know what I mean? Unless they just drop off and they no longer hashtags, they just words and statements.
They probably just won't go anywhere.
Wow. It's gonna be hard to follow people or to look them up if you don't specifically have a name. Oh, that's gonna be yucky. They gotta have another method. Yeah. They must, if they're gonna do away with hashtags, they have to have another method coming.
They might do it. They might change it to parentheses, like, you know what I mean, where you gotta
have those. Yeah.
But you understand, for people who, like, you know, I think about when I'm thinking about that, right? I'm not thinking about it in the terms of, like, for folk who may use their hashtag for a business, right? I'm thinking about it. Let's go back to, you know, hashtag when they started hashtag Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Right. And so you go out and you Google hashtag Black Lives Matters, right? Then you get this whole, you get all this stuff, right? So now it's a way of censoring the information that you're able to receive, because you're no longer, when you do that, you don't get it.
Right. It's not grouped together like that.
So it's about censoring the information that people are getting to keep you in the dark about what's going on or the things that you may be passionate about, you know, or whatever, you can't follow that stuff anymore unless you dig really hard to try to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a way of control. And again, it's another to show you that this autocratic, dictatorial, dictatorship type of thing that Trump wants to put in place.
Yeah.
It's happening, whether we like it or not, it's happening now.
Yeah.
Mess. Gonna be, but yeah, just if anybody can get their see Tanya for your crystals if you can, before the end of the year, do so.
Yeah.
If you don't have your anything you get from overseas, try to get it before January.
Listen, when I got started back in 2011, rhinestones were pennies.
No.
When I say rhinestones were pennies, you can easily go on eBay and get a 72,000 bag of rhinestones for 35, 40 bucks.
Not anymore.
It's done triple. Like for the good ones, it's like 175 if you go onto a website to get the 500 gross.
And that just depends on what color you're talking about. Because you start
And
talking
I was
about them
going to say,
pinks. You talk about you want a pink, you better be looking at an opal or something like that. You better be ready to shell out, a couple of $100 for a 500 gross bag of stones.
and even the crystal ABs now, I noticed the glass ones are more green. In order to get a real true crystal AB color, you have to really pay money for it. You have to go to Preciosa, not
Yeah.
Swarovski, but Preciosa.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Because they have this green tint to it now, the glass ones.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, oh. So the only way to get the true color is to go to Preciosa. You have to find a distributor. And that's even more money. Mm-hmm.
I've been researching, I've been looking, I got people saying, oh, we want 16 cut facet stones, like, be createful or what, I'm like, okay, you want, I mean, 12 facets
you got to pay
12
for it.
facets will give you just as much sparkle if they have the right cut. Okay, don't let them be Korean low leads. Let them be the right cut of stone, and you're going to get just as much sparkle from a 12 facet stone as you're going to get from a 16 facet. You might get an extra little sparkle here or there, but the difference is the difference is negligible. But the price that you're going to pay for those stones is going to be 3-4 times as much.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have your customer that's not willing to pay you for these pricier stones,
you gotta want to pay for it.
You said green. They got 3 different color AB stones, and you're right. All 3 of them got that hint of green in it.
The hint of green, they all look green, and that's it's like and I can't find a true purple anywhere. I have velvet. I have.
I might have found a supplier that actually has a purple. I can't tell you who it is.
I got you. Yeah. But
that's crazy.
I saw a color chart. I've been, like I said, I've been doing my research or whatever for my group, and because I want to be able to give people what they're asking for, at an affordable price if we can get there. And I came across a supplier that in their color chart, and when I saw the purple, I said, oh my God, that is a game changer right there, because everything else has got the purple with the hint of blue in it, the purple velvet.
Even though that's pretty though.
It is beautiful, but if you're looking for something, somebody who's a what is the D9 school, the outfit, who's the team with the purple?
Ravens.
Okay, let's just say the Ravens, right?
Just say the Ravens. That's a true purple.
A true purple. There's no blue undertone in that. So if you make a design and you use that stone, depending on how that light hits it, somebody's gonna say, well, that ain't purple, that's blue. That's right. Blue. So and tanzanite is too dark. Amethyst is just not quite there. Violet is too light, so when I saw this color chart the other day, I was like, oh my goodness.
Swarovski was the only one who made the true purple, and they stopped making it. What do you have, Ray? Which one is that? Is it true purple on there?
True purple, tanzanite, and violet.
No, that's not it. Nope, not a true purple.
Let me see. Nope.
The true purple that I have is Swarovski. And it is, oh, Tanya left, but this is a true purple.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
But these are Swarovskis.
Yeah.
So that's the true purple, but you can't get that anymore. They discontinued making them.
Let me
Mhm.
see. Hold on. I don't know. Y'all gonna be able to see my phone
Oh,
when
you
I bring
can't
it up.
see it. You can't see it, Tanya.
Well, I didn't bring it up yet. I didn't bring it up
Oh.
yet. Hold on. I'm just trying to see if I put my phone up close enough, would you be able to see it? So give me a second.
Yeah.
I put the lady's name on YouTube in the chat.
Okay, let me go to the
It's
chat.
All Things Shine.
All Things
Shun.
Shine.
Oh,
Shine.
Okay.
Don't look
Yeah.
for her
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know.
I've heard.
on YouTube.
I've heard of her.
I haven't.
So you saying amethyst
Mhm.
wouldn't fall in there? That's
Mm-mm.
purple.
No, I have that. No.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. I got it. It's right here. It's purple. It's purple velvet.
Nope.
Nope.
That ain't it either.
Nope.
Nope.
I have that too. Nope.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me see.
What purple I have.
Yeah, I just had to remember I had this in the drawer. This is by YA International.
I have that card. I have that one too, but no, they don't have it. They don't have that true purple. The only people that had it was Swarovski. And Preciosa doesn't even carry it anymore.
Oh, this
Hold
is,
on a minute.
I need to start pulling this out when I'm going to choose stone colors because these stones are gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Valerie, for sharing that, for finding
Now,
that for
now I
me.
don't know. Like I said, I don't know how well this is gonna come in. Oh, wait a minute.
You know what? You can send it to my cell phone. Send take a screenshot and send it to my cell
I'm
phone.
gonna see if I can.
Yeah, it's hard to see it.
Yeah,
It's
it
hard. I
looks
would.
talky.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Send me a screenshot. Valerie, Ray, how can you hook me and Valerie up without putting our stuff out? Connect us without putting our info in the chat.
What's my name on Facebook? I spell my name different on Facebook. You know, them stalkers. So
Yeah, Tanya, this looks
I'll
like
put
a
it
purple.
in the chat.
Isn't it pretty? I mean, it's about as true as a purple
But I
in the
wonder, I'd
Ravens
like to
type
see it in
purple.
person.
Yeah, well, again, it's a photo, but I'm like, if it looked like that in the photo, I'm almost like
I
that's.
hope it's not that heliotrope that has that blue undertone.
Oh, does it? Do they have? Oh, well, I don't know. I don't think so. But see, that's that they can't. I don't understand what it is with because I even asked my supplier. I was like, why can't y'all make purple anymore?
I don't know.
It must be something in the manufacturing process, you know. I don't know.
It must be just as difficult as it is to do rose or pink.
Or pinks, yeah, because those are very expensive.
And that's crazy. That's crazy that they the most expensive stone out there.
Yep.
Well, you think that what is that what is it? Papadashara or whatever. I don't know. It's some kind of it's in the pink family. And I saw
know
it
what you're
on
talking about.
I
Yeah.
think I saw it on Be Createful's website, or I saw it on somebody else's website
They
on
give it their own name. They
on
read.
Etsy. No, but the supplier actually has this stone in that color.
Mm-hmm.
And when I asked him how much it was, I think he told me it was almost close to like $200 a bag. I was like, who would buy that?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. It's right here. Yeah, they wrote it in there, so I can't even. It's Paradasha.
It looks like some kind of Indian, like kind of name, or something like that. Yeah.
It's right here.
Yeah.
The second one.
Second one from the bottom.
And that's crazy because looking at it like this, it looks like a pink peach
Rose color.
rose. Yeah.
Or
Mhm.
more like a mauve, like a mauve,
Mauve.
or
Yeah.
and I'm like, what would you really use that for?
Whatever color gonna match your shoes.
I guess maybe to cheer, you could think about, cheerleaders, cheer uniforms, things of that nature, stuff like that. So again, it's a lot to learn um in the world of rhinestones.
Oh
It
yeah.
is a
Oh
lot.
yeah.
It is a lot. I was seeing if I had it on
Let me
mine.
check my messages real quick. I gotta check something real
Okay.
quick. Let me see something.
Shardana, I put my Facebook name in the group in the chat,
Okay. And I'll put mine
Well,
in there
actually,
too.
so you can
So
send me a friend request.
Where we at?
yeah.
Where we at?
Oh,
actually, I sent the wrong.
Boom.
okay.
Let me save this.
Yeah, I got it, Valerie. I was just checking my sheet. Uh, who is this? Preciosa. Um, yeah, even their crystal neon violet it's violet, but it's again, I would have to, it's not and that's not even a neon. I wish you could see this in person because it looks really violet, uh, but those are so expensive. Super, super expensive. And those are 2088s.
Now, what do those numbers mean, Shadina?
They mean that's the cuts.
Yep.
That means how many facets that's in there.
So
2058s are what we're getting from overseas. We're getting 2058s and 20 what's the other number? It's 25th. We're getting 12 and 16s from overseas. So that's 2058. Swarovski and Preciosa are the ones who have the 16s.
Right.
That's 2088s.
now the supplier says that they can cut that though. They can cut 16s. Now,
They say that, but are they really cutting them 16s?
well,
Because
I guess like it depends on I guess the cut, right? Because I had a supplier that sent me a picture, and what it was eight large facets, and then eight smaller ones in between the larger facet.
Hey, it look like Swarovski.
So my question is like, okay, so when you're thinking about the cut, right? Are the Swarovski or the Preciosa cuts, are they
Or cut.
all 16 cuts around the stone, or are they like this one she sent
I
me, like I
can't
said, was
tell you because I don't know that. They keep
okay.
that secret. I used to work for them. I used to work for them, so they don't tell you that even when I
Right.
was at the headquarters. But what I do know is only two companies that I know have gotten those cuts,
Yeah.
and that's Preciosa and Swarovski, and that's why they're at the top of the game.
Hmm.
All the others, the glass cutting overseas in China, they haven't mastered that yet. That's why there's even because I had it's put up, but I have a card where I have a Swarovski, a Preciosa, and the glass crystals. And they're supposed to be 16 cut. They say a 16 cut, but is it really a 16 cut? But it's how they cut it. And I can't explain how they cut it. Preciosa and Swarovski cut their crystals because even the workers in the factory, A section, the people that work in A section don't know what B section does. They are bonded. They cannot discuss what they do.
Yeah.
They can't say what C section does. They have them all segregated. It's incredible to go to that to work for them. It's something.
Yeah.
And you have to sign the paperwork and everything.
Wow.
It's something. So even looking at them, that's why they give off such a radiant sparkle. Swarovski and Preciosa give off such a sparkle. And you can put the same stone, same color stone beside each other, and one will give more of a sparkle than the other. And our poor little, what we think give us sparkle, our glass crystals, is nothing compared to Swarovski and Preciosa.
Right.
Yeah.
But we know the difference.
Mm-hmm.
But your customers won't know the difference. They're not going to put the little eye thing on and count cuts. They're not doing that.
Yeah.
It's too much work. It's too much trouble.
I think everybody that ever told me they wanted Swarovskis, and even with me just pricing, when you get to back then, when you get to pricing Swarovskis, you thinking like, okay, so where's my room for markup? Like, you know what I mean? If I'm already about to tell the customer it's gonna cost $300 just to get the stones, like, you know what I'm saying? Where
Or more.
Yeah, or more. Like, so I just stopped. I strayed away from Swarovskis because I was like, okay, if you want the stones I got, the shirt gonna cost $75. You want that in Swarovski, you looking at $750.
$700.
You know what I'm saying?
Because I had the same thing with my tumblers. With Swarovski, I have to price them between $500 and $700 because the crystals are so high.
Yeah.
Cost so much.
Yeah.
And only big money order stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, celebrities and stuff like that. That's when you really get into, and you got to know which glues to use and so forth with Swarovski. And basically with our crystals, we can use the same glues, but you still don't get that same sparkle.
Right.
You just don't. It does. And I don't know what they're doing with like I said, the ABs, because they had, like Ray showed you, all of them had the green tint. And I don't know what's going on with that one.
Yeah. Yeah. They had started looking like to the point to where even though they were different colors, like I had to take them out the bag and set them
Tastes like it
side
needs
by
more,
side.
like more chili powder and more cumin, maybe. Or...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry, folk.
They look
That's
jelly.
okay.
That's what they look. They look jelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's 6:53.
All right, guys.
My girl will be here in a moment to pick me up.
Valerie, I'm looking for you now.
Good night, everyone. Thank you so much, Ray.
Ray, thank you.
I said, give me if I don't do it tonight, y'all, it will be first thing in the morning. Cause 3 hours from now it'll be 10, and it might not get done rendering till 10:30, which means I'll probably have to make a trip back here to put it online. So let's just say first thing in the morning when I get here, I'll upload it and I'll have the links available for everybody.
Okay, hold on one second. I wrote one thing wrong before I left the A out. ARI. Okay, that's good. I got it.
Okay. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
I'll be in touch, Tanya. Ray, I'll be in touch.
All right.
Okay.
Also, I'm thinking about trying to do this at least once a month. Like, so I'll keep everybody posted, and I'll try to make it more interactive to the point to where I'll let you guys choose the designs, like, you know what I mean, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right. All right now.
Sounds good. All right.